The soothing sounds of the Mog House. You hear it and you know that everything is gonna be okay. Everything's fine here in the Mog House. Let all your troubles just melt away. Watch the Moogle staring at you as you... He stares at you while you sleep. So, the ritual, first things first. I don't think I have anything new in my box, no. You might notice, though, I got a lot of fish again. I got lots of fish. So, yeah, I'm still around the same gill. Although, to update on what I did since last time, I did play a little bit. I didn't do a whole lot, or at least not, nothing big, nothing super active. I went ahead and I maxed out my weapon skills. Alright? I was already pretty close because I was killing, I was killing enemies over level 70 in Sky, right? So I was already getting there. But yeah, my scythe is 240 and my axe is 269. So yeah, like I do get it. Axe, it's 29 points higher. Which that does, it does make a difference for attack and accuracy. However, there is a bit of an offsetter here. So, while yes, by the raw numbers, my attack and accuracy is higher with an axe. It is higher with that. However, what I find is I did a little field testing, right? And I do have a level appropriate axe now. But I did a little field testing, and the thing is, the scythe, because it's a two-hander, it does get more, it gets more benefit from the same amount of strength and dexterity. Like, it gets more out of that than a one-hander does. So that is a factor. But also, a factor is, so I bought an axe that is roughly equivalent, maybe a little better actually than what I have as a scythe, and I could have a better scythe. There's better scythes that I could be using. So I'd say like the martial axe here is probably a slightly better tier weapon than the scythe I'm using, because it has TP bonus, which that's an effect I like a lot. Works really good with Rampage. But you look at the stats, and yeah, the axe is fairly fast, and this is fast for an axe, but it does 46 damage, right? My scythe does 83, and again, I could have a significantly better scythe. But, yeah, like the raw damage of the scythe is higher, much higher. It gets more out of my strength and dexterity. It's one of those things where it kind of, it balances out. Like, I field tested both, and I find, oh, hey there, West. Hey there. Just kind of going over some changes I made in between streams. But yeah, I field tested both my new axe and everything, and just my scythe again at max skill. And here's kind of what I found. I would say that the axe does slightly higher damage very consistently. However, the scythe is a little weird. The scythe with my setup, like it averages lower. However, every now and then it has a huge burst. Like, I mean, a huge burst. So I guess my end of the day is the axe deals more damage consistently. The scythe deals less consistently, however, it has a higher burst potential. When the scythe, like when the numbers align, the scythe does obscene damage, but you have to get a little bit lucky, right? So, I don't know, for me, at the end of the day, that more or less evens out. It's totally a preference thing. And my preference is for the scythe, but I'll alternate between the two. Main thing is I need a better scythe. Like, this is a very basic scythe, and I don't even get the accuracy bonus out of it. So, Yeah, I need a better scythe. But I like both. I like both. I'll use both. I mean, maybe I'll use my martial axe a little bit to start. What I like about the martial axe, which yeah, I have a look over it. It has TP bonus. What TP bonus does, initially I thought that meant you build TP faster. That's not what it means. What it means apparently is that when you do a weapon skill, you perform the weapon skill as if you had 1 tier higher TP, meaning when you use 1000 TP to do a weapon skill, it's like you had 2000. Or if you do 2000, it's like you had 3000. So, yeah, that's pretty nice. That's, with an attack like Rampage, right? Like, Rampage's whole thing is that the critical damage, which it's a 5-hit attack, so chances are you will critical some of that, especially if you have high dex like me. So, yeah, like performing the attack as if I had kind of mid-range TP, that gives a pretty decent crit chance. Like, that's a decent crit chance all around. So the overall damage from Rampage is higher than it might be without that bonus. So yeah, it's a good axe, straight up. It's better than the scythe I have, but you know, I need a better scythe, so... Alright, and then, because I like Thief, I still stand by Thief, I got a shield that actually boosts my offense. The agility I don't really do anything with the agility. However, the attack +5. Yes, attack +5. So yeah, I have an offensive shield. Neither of these things, weirdly, the martial axe wasn't very expensive. It really wasn't. The shield, I think the axe and the shield, they both cost about like 40,000 gil each. So it was 80,000 between the two of them, but that is very, very cheap. That is a similar price range as what I paid for my scythe. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and slap on my pet, or not my pet food with no pet, right? My carrot broth. And I have more carrot broth sitting in my Mog house, and I think we'll start the day with just a little, you know, just a little killing, right? As you do. Where'd I put? I had some extra, yeah, here we go, some extra carrot broth. So we'll start things off with that, you know, ease up into it. But yeah, I think there was some perception that I'm anti-axe, right? But I'm not. It's just I really prefer the scythe. I like how the scythe looks. I like how it animates. So like aesthetically, I like it more. But also, I do like how it interacts with my thief sub-job a little bit more, right? Like as a, you know, with my setup, I have a high critical rate, and I triple attack fairly often. And a triple attack with my axe, it does good damage. It's nice. I like it. But it's nothing amazing, right? But you triple attack with the scythe, and you're gonna do like 600 damage. You know, and that's like that. At that point, that is about as much as like. That's more than a rampage. That's more than than the average rampage. So I like how these things interact, right? But you know, I could go either way. I will happily alternate between weapons, right? And also, real quick, I'm just gonna sell off all my Tavnasian gobies. I was fishing a little bit before the stream. I gained 3 skill points, or you know, 0.3, right? I got 0.3 skill ups. I'm not sure how close I am to actually leveling up. No idea. But just selling all of my stuff off here. I don't... Well, I don't need it, but I need that money. Okay, so I'm back up. Got what? Got like 50k out of that. Very nice. I intend to use that guild. I intend to use it. I would like to level up alchemy, and I have questions. I have crafting questions when people are in here that do crafting. I gotta ask them something. And also I have questions. I also have questions about weapon skills and combat, because there's things that I could not find an answer for. And whenever I scour the internet looking for some amount of documentation, and I can't find anything about this game, it gets me really curious, right? Gets me real curious. But I guess I will have to wait until some more people pop in, and I'll ask the more knowledgeable people if they know how these things work. I will admit, I love asking people questions. I love it, because there's so many people that know more about the game than me. But here's the plan. We start off just, you know, ease in, some killing. I'm not sure where. I have Sky now, but the enemies in you know, up in Sky, they're pretty tough. like they are actually pretty tough, and their loot is more so, like the problem more so than them being tough is that they kind of have trash loot. Like, their loot is kind of trash. Compare that to, you know, the Boyata tree, and stuff in the Boyata tree, like, everything has good drops. I was, so to skill up my weapons, and I guess this is good for anybody who's at 75 and just wants to skill up, there are level 74 to 77 Gubus a little further into the tree, and honestly, I didn't try the level 77s, but the even level ones, I killed them with no problem. The ones that are a level higher than me, I also killed them with no problem. I probably could have done the 77s as well. I just wasn't feeling brave. But they were really good for skill ups, and they drop lumber that sells for about 6,000 gil for each individual one. So very, very good cash, actually. But I was just gonna fight the easier enemies, the spiders and stuff, you know, the spiders and funguars, right? I was gonna keep it simple to start. Oh, also, I will put up my party flag because I am looking to do content. I would love to do content, literally anything. I am open for anything, and I'm gonna say that. Yeah, I am looking for anything, and I have equipment for all level ranges too. So, level sync anything. I'm down for whatever. Valkurm Dunes, take me away. So I don't really know if there's any better place that I could go other than the Boyata tree. So Cape Terrigan, the enemies in Cape Terrigan would be good. The problem is when night falls, the area gets insanely dangerous. Well, that and goblins, you know, goblins love bomb tossing, and that eats my health pretty fast. But yeah, the main problem that I saw with Cape Terrigan, I died there. The normal enemies are fine, but when night falls, there are ghosts that love to cast big black magic spells. There are skeletons, and those are always a hassle, and they are everywhere. Like, they are everywhere in the zone. So it makes resting hard, because they aggro with health, right? So I don't know. Cape Terrigan doesn't seem very ideal for soloing to me. However, all I really got is the Boyata tree or Sky, and there's gotta be other alternatives, right? There's gotta be better alternatives, but if there are, I don't know them. So, yeah. Back to the tree. Alright, I'll call up my pet already, because you might notice it's double lightning weather. There's usually at least one elemental on the way to the Boyata tree, so I'll just, you know, I'll get me some clusters while I'm on my way to the dungeon. I wonder. No, it wouldn't affect that. I was just kind of wondering if the Kingdom Akaton would affect cluster drops. Because, yeah, look, it increases the chance of obtaining crystals, but that wouldn't apply to elementals and their clusters. That's just considered like standard-ass loot, right? I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure that wouldn't count. Alright, but while we're here, let's get some clusters. They honestly don't really sell all that great, but it's fine. Man, that physical resistance. Though I wonder. So the rabbit's Whirl Claws, it's 95 damage. There's another attack I could use, but it would probably hit the enemies behind the elemental, and I don't want to fight more things, right? I was wondering if the earth-based attack, right? What is it? It's dust something? What is it called? Dust Cloud. Yeah, Dust Cloud is Earth Elemental, which would be... that would be strong to this, right? And that might do more damage, but there's bats directly behind it. Now, let's see, let's witness the power, the true power of Rampage with this TP bonus axe. Well, against an elemental, 214 isn't bad. Against an elemental, right? Again, like my Vorpal Scythe probably would have done about the same. Thunder too. So yeah, I think while I'm fighting, I'm just kind of going to alternate between my scythe and my axe, and it's just whichever one I think is more fun at the time, right? But also, that was 3 clusters. That was 3 whole ass clusters. I'm not sure how much lightning crystals are going for right now, but they usually sell for at least over 1,000. I think 1,500 is kind of the standard on that. There was a time where I could sell lightning crystals for like 2,300 gil. There was once a time. However, I think that time has passed. And honestly, so right, the Goobos in the Boyata tree, the basic ones, they drop items, like they drop tree cuttings. You can sell those for about, almost 3,000 gil, right? It's a common drop. You can get Boyata Moss, which, you can turn that in for a quest and get 600 gil. Both of these items sometimes drop at the same time. So getting maybe 3,000 or 4,000 gil from these 3 clusters, it's... If I was lower level, if I didn't have access to as many ways to make Gil as I have, those lightning elementals would be great. I farmed them many a day while I was still, you know, working my way up, right? But now there's just so many other things I could be fighting that take about as long to kill and would have much better potential. It's a weird place to be at, right? It's a little bit of a weird place to be. It's a place I've never really been with Final Fantasy XI. I've never really been, yeah, at this point where things that are good money, right? Like elementals, like they are good. It is worth it, right? But there's just so many other things I could do that would be more worth it. So I'll just walk past an elemental sometimes, just not even bother, right? Also, let's rest the pet, get his health back up because we're almost at the tree now, and then it'll be confrontation time. But, yeah, normally when I would play this game, I never got very high level or anything, so for me, if I found any profit opportunity, I would grab it. Like, no matter what it is, just take it. But now I kind of, I mean, I can still do that, and every now and then I do. But often, I try to think a little harder about, is it worth it? Is it really? Right? Okay, so we're back in the Boyata tree. I've spent quite a bit of time here, haven't I? I have one charge left on my Emperor Band, so I'm just gonna pop that real quick. And let's work through one EXP ring charge, because the weekend is coming up, and I stream other things on the weekend. So after today, Final Fantasy won't be till Monday again for the stream, but I still play the game. I still play during the weekends. That's usually just sort of when I farm for my money and all that, right? But the EXP rings, they recharge, like, for me, Sunday evening for me, they recharge, or Sunday afternoon. So yeah, use them, right? Like, if you got them, use them, because it's about to reset. About to reset on the weekend. Alright, so I've been scything for a long time, so hey, let's mix it up. Let's go with the old axe. And now that my weapon skills are both maxed, I do find that with maxed out attack on my oh my god, I literally just got here. Sure. I literally just arrived here. Well, then I guess I have to switch out to my herbal broth, right? Man. Okay, well, I guess I'm going to Purgo Norgo. I do have the custom top. Yeah. Man. Yeah, okay, so I have the custom top from the event, so I can just warp straight there. But I wanna get look, I want to get my TP up and then just unleash, right? I want to rampage at least once before I get out of here. But, okay, so with a good axe, and I would honestly say that this axe is probably, like, just a little, like, the axe itself is probably just a little bit, oh man, I got a cougher. But yeah, it's probably just a little bit better than my scythe. Again, my scythe is nothing special. It's a very generic scythe that I got. right, here we go. So I'm gonna really charge it up with a sneak attack. Rampage. 586. So right, and now remember that is a rampage that is like it's firing off with the equivalent of being at 2000 TP, right? So like that's an extra critical chance rampage right there. And I put sneak attack on it, right? I don't normally mix sneak attack with my scythe skills because it doesn't really do much for it. So I just get like 2 massive hits in a row with that. But oh my god, 2 coffer keys. 2 coffer keys in a row. Well, I don't know. I got this F carrot broth. But yeah, all right. Let me go ahead and equip my custom top, and I will warp my ass over to the island. So okay, right. Here's my finding. So the rampage with this, like the most damage that I've gotten out of a rampage is about mid 800s, right? Like a maximum TP sneak attack rampage. The most I've gotten out of it was, yeah, like 850 damage, which is really good. Like that is on par or just a little bit less than like a lucky big scythe attack. The thing is, that was with 3000 TP. Like rampage normally doesn't get that lucky because it's a 5-hit attack, and like every attack would have to get really lucky to do that. And that usually doesn't happen even with 3000 TP. And normally you're not normally gonna put 3000 TP. Normally you're gonna get 1000 TP and you're gonna fire it off immediately, right? And that is gonna do more like 300 damage. Like that's more like a 300 damage attack. The only reason mine does a little more is because I have that TP bonus ability on my axe. To compensate, the axe is it does a little less damage than many of the axes that you can get. So I guess my raw damage is a little lower with it. Alright, so I'm here on the island. What am I doing here? Where am I going? I guess I'm going, around this way. Oh look, all the event stuff is gone. Clam, you can still clam. But yeah, all the events are gone. I mean, you know, the summer's over, right? Summer's over. So, I don't know, so for a party here, like, yeah, martial axe works, scythe works, they both work, like, parties can get really, they can get really weird about your weapon choice, but, yeah, I like my scythe. I just like my scythe, alright? I like scythes. Ooh, also, man, coughing fit. The phlegm, it's getting me. It's getting me. I try to, like, oh god, mute button. Mute button. One of these days it's gonna fail and you all just blast your ears out and it'll be terrible and I'll have to make a statement. Alright, am I going the right way here? I assume this goes to where I need to go. So I've heard that people do like you know, level 75 merit parties and stuff here, but I don't really know what all that's about, right? Like what is all that about? How does that work? How does that work? Like, what are they actually Toko toucans. They don't aggro, that's good. So I assume that's what they're fighting here? Toko toucans, or... Ooh, there's some interesting mobs here. An island Yugal, or Jugal, or, you know, however you want to pronounce that one. I will wave. yeah, it's my Pikachu. Alright, so I'm not sure, like, sometimes I sushi, sometimes I meet myth kebab. Like, I'm a dex build, so yeah, I build for dex and accuracy and all that, so like I have that pretty good. More big damage is what I usually go for, but it depends. Like, it all depends on the enemy you're fighting. So if I see that I'm missing more than I'd like, I'll switch over to my sushi. I have that in my satchel. But yeah, if I see that I'm missing too much, then when this food expires, I will, yeah, I'll switch out to a different one. Again, it kind of depends on the mob, right? Some mobs are easy to hit, some harder. Ooh, I took some damage. Ooh. But yeah, I don't know. On these, oh god, wait, right. Pugil type enemies, they have an ability that makes them harder to hit, right? So I might wanna switch to sushi when this one expires. Might wanna do that. Oh, I guess I got here, yeah, I guess I got here, yeah, at shift change time, huh? Yeah, I guess they're changing out for the day shift now. Also, I adore these people's names, like this little guy here, Luxury Wagon. I love it when people have names in this game where it's just things, right? It's words. Alright, so yeah, I've never actually done any partying on the island here before. I've never done that. So I am curious to see how it plays out. Okay, so the monkeys are just normal. Those are just normal. Although those aragnites or aragnites, uragnite, I'm not sure. But those things, man, they just don't take physical damage. They just don't. I made the mistake of attacking one once. So but I've seen people kill them, so like, I guess, I don't know. I guess you can do it with. Alright, so I want to be careful that I don't accidentally, like, yeah, that I don't accidentally Whirl Claw and hit other enemies. Look, Lamb Chop 120. Now my last Whirl Claws before the one that missed, it did 150. So the rabbit hits harder than the sheep. Sometimes. It just depends. Like, it just fucking depends, right? There's so much RNG in this game. It all just kind of depends. But I don't know. My accuracy isn't quite where I want it to be on these enemies, but it's not horrible. Like, I am hitting reliably, you know? Oh yeah, also there is a weapon chain to be made here, like Vorpal Scythe with Vorpal Scythe first, Rampage second. That makes a chain. But I don't know. I've tried to like coordinate with people before, but most people that I party up with, they just sort of when they get 1,000 TP, they just shoot. Or what always happens, and it's kind of weird. If there's multiple people with, you know, enough TP, they, like, when one person does a weapon skill, everyone else just fires theirs off, like, in no particular order, no real mind for... It's a weird phenomenon. It's a really weird phenomenon. Where, yeah, they... like, if one person weapon skills, everyone just goes nuts. So if people coordinate, that's great, but I kind of don't really expect it. I don't expect it. But hey, good EXP here. Now to be fair, I do have a ring that is boosting my EXP by 75% for now, but still 428 for a chain 2. That ain't bad. That ain't bad. Now, God, because I might switch my weapons up a bit, but, you know, it depends. Although these enemies do strength down, and with a strength down effect. So here's the thing, right? The scythe gets more damage out of strength. So when my strength is cut down, the scythe is actually at a little bit of, like, just because it does more raw damage and it gets more of the strength, it's at a little bit more of an advantage there. Man, I can't Whirl Claws with I can't Whirl Claws with that thing there, so I have to just use the basic ass attack. I mean, honestly, the foot kick. Hey, that did as much as Lamb Chop, right? Did as much as the Lamb Chop. But yeah, man, I need those veteran players. I need that assistance, because I was wondering something about my Rampage attack and how that interacts with Trick attack, you know? But it's one of those things. Also, do we only have 4 party members here right now? Like, oh. Oh, did I just use my weapon skill right when it did a buff on itself? Did I just do that? Did I just do that? also the old Taru Paladin. Hmm. Oh, no main heals. Oh, right. Yeah, only 4 party members. Yeah. Yeah, it's yeah, light party. is a light party. So yeah, I didn't have much planned today, you know. Didn't have much plans. And hey, I've never been out here, right? I've never been out to this area, so. Oh man, they're waiting on a boat. Oh man, no, the magic yeah, magic bikini teleport, yeah, is where it's at. It's all about that magic bikini. Yeah, it's already gone. Yeah, event done. Yeah, it's already gone. Yeah, it was over 2 weeks ago. Oh. Let's see, where's what is my EXP at right now? So I'm over halfway to my level. I do kind of want to, like, look, I know I want that XP, but I you know, I'm thinking maybe switch to merit if I can. Like, can I just switch that out in the field? Because I mean, honestly, I'm like halfway through my level, right? I'm halfway through my level, so yeah, like I think it should work. Right? Like, with the amount of EXP I have, I could die like 4 times, right? Or 5. I could die like, what, 4 or 5 times or more if I'm getting raised. So you know what? I'd say my EXP is okay. I'll work on getting more, but I want a merit. And it only takes 10,000 EXP to get a merit point, right? So I would like my first merit point. And this party seems to be able to bring in the big XP, so I think this is where it's at. I like the nice upbeat island music here. Even, you know, if it's an island full of horrible abominations like that. Nope, looks like they're getting ready to fight again. So we have a 5th party member, and they look to be a healer. Where are they? Okay, so I can see their health bar and everything, but they're not in the zone. They're not in the zone. Man, this place works kind of weird. Like, so technically, are we? Yeah, technically, although we're in Pergo Norgo, technically this is all just Bibiki Bay. Technically, I guess. Oh no, the other Beastmaster appears to be AFK. Oh, that's not great. But yeah, man, my accuracy not quite where I want it to be. So I might switch out to my axe for a bit and see how that works. Again, it's I think I just critical twice in a row. I think that Scythe is it's much better for enemies that are like within 5 levels of you, right? Like that's what I noticed is when I'm out soloing and I'm fighting like, you know, goobos and stuff that are no more than 2 levels above me, the accuracy difference between the scythe and the axe is almost non-existent. Like I can fairly reliably hit enemies that are like within 5 levels over me, right? So the accuracy from all that extra attack, like that doesn't do much, but when I'm fighting like when I'm fighting much higher enemies, right? Which let's see, we're 75, these are 82, so that's like 7 levels higher, right? I think some of these are more. Yeah, for enemies like that, I do kind of, you know, like the higher you go, the more you need that extra accuracy from having the higher weapon skill. So I guess my thoughts on the scythe are, for enemies, yeah, for soloing, the difference between scythe and axe is almost non-existent. Because, yeah, accuracy doesn't matter so much because you'll hit everything anyway. Damage, because of the stat differences and how they work with one-handers and two-handers, it evens out. But I'd say the big thing is accuracy. So for higher level enemies, I kind of might have to use my axe. Unfortunate. I still like my scythe. I still like when I'm just solo. I love it. Scythe all over the place. But yeah, I'm gonna spend my TP and then I'm gonna switch out to my axe and shield, and we'll see how that works out for me. I love that. Look, I put a smiley face. That means everything is okay. Look, whenever you're gonna say something terrible, just punctuate it with a smiley face. Alright. So, now, okay, here's, I'll just go ahead and say the thing, and this is what well, I guess I'll find out, right? But what I was wondering is, because, okay, let's take the way that sneak attack works, right? Like, with sneak attack, if you have a multi-hit weapon skill, the sneak attack only works for the first hit. It's why when you do a sneak attack rampage, the most it can do is make your first hit better, and then the rest of them are normal. So here's what I'm wondering, is like, does that also... Yeah, I guess what I wonder is, is it the same way for trick attack? Like, now technically, in the chat log, it all looks like one attack, right? Like, rampage is one attack in the chat log. But technically it is 5 separate attacks, so when you trick attack that, is the trick attack only applying to the first hit in the chain? Or is it the whole thing? If it's only the first hit, then you'd run into the problem of generating too much aggro, right? Like, that's something I couldn't find any information on anywhere. Like, my concern is this, right? So normally, the way that I use Trick Attack is I use it just to dump aggro from my weapon skills onto someone else who can take it. The thing is that, well, if it's only the first hit in, like, if it's only the first hit out of 5, and then the rest of the aggro is to me, then I could get myself in trouble with that. Like, I wouldn't be able to use it. But if the whole attack gets Trick Attack, then it's fine. I guess I'll just have to see, right? Like, I'll just have to do it and see how it works, and see if I pull aggro. Because I can't find any information online about it. I searched very specifically, I searched just generally, and nothing. Ooh, what's this? Someone has a question. I'm not sure what the question is here. I'm intently looking at their question. I'm wondering if this is nation mission related. Also, man, this is the most long-winded way to get around to a question. I'm still waiting for the question. I'm waiting for the question to pop up here. Man, maybe it's just that I'm getting a little too used to, you know, to German expression, but it's like like question first and then explain the overall details, right? Huh. Okay, I'll say, yeah, the outpost is right next to it. Like, they said Gideus, right? Yeah, like, the outpost is right next to it. Yeah, okay, yeah, well, time to capture Saruta. I'm trying to think about this one. Like, okay, teleporting to Mia, taking the chocobo, and then riding that over to, like, if you don't have the outpost. I mean, I don't know. That's a couple. The thing is, that's a couple zones away. Yeah, like, I don't know. Depending on how long you have to wait, though, right? Like, if you have to wait a while on the boat. I guess that just, yeah. Depends how long you wait in Juno. I guess, yeah, that's what I'd say. Yeah, it would depend on how long you have to wait in Juno. But then again, I guess that also depends on, you know, if you... Okay, like, yeah, I'd say, I don't know, like, I'd say, yeah, it'd be more or less the same to me. So, I don't know, that's my thought on it. Look, both are just equally outpostless peasants, right? Oh man, people are weird about travel times in this game sometimes. You gotta travel. It takes time. Alright. So let's see. I guess I might have to make a foot kick macro because the way this guy's pulling him, I can't use Whirl Claws. Whirl Claws would do so much more damage, but it's got that little AoE, right? It's a tiny radius, but it AoEs. Alright, let's see. Let me get into position here. I don't think that'll chain with anything. Probably not. Oh, okay, it does. That does chain. Nice. Oh god. That Taru going down. Ooh. And I still don't know how to feel about Taru Paladins. I mean, look, anybody can do anything, alright? Galka Summoner all day long, but I do feel like, ooh, that's... Taru Paladin is I feel like that's an uphill battle. 2 minutes, inconvenient. Just be a robot. If only you could summon players that don't complain on demand. That'll just follow your commands. If only there was such a system. If only there were some kind of AI-controlled party members that you could... We're going down the dark path again. Also, man, how long does the mana clipper take? I guess I've been on it, but I think that's one of the longer boats actually, because people mainly ride it for fishing, right? So you want to get your fishing time in. You want to get that fishing time in. But boats take a lot longer than airships. Right. Everything takes time. Years. Let's see, my meat myth kebab's about to fade. The thing is, I am hitting, like, my accuracy is fine, actually, but, and I do want that extra strength, especially since these things, they do a strength debuff, but I'm not sure, like, my pet's missing a little bit, I don't like that. I don't know. I like that big damage. I can't wait till I unload like a 900 damage scythe attack, just get lucky on it, and man, other Beastmaster's gonna learn how to tank fast. Oh man, Starfield, oh. What's a starfield? I only know No Man's Sky. Unironically, I like that game better. I don't know. No Man's Sky came a long way. Man, I don't know, like I can't even describe why I love playing this game so much. I mean, I spent like a good hour before the stream just fishing a little bit, and I don't know, something about this game always pulls me back in, no matter what else comes out. I'm always back here. I never played it on the PS2 though. Like, I know it's a literal PS2 game, but I never played it on the PS2. Man. Oh hey, new party member! Woo! I will wave. The traditional wave of my people. Man, the only game that I played online on the PlayStation 2, yeah, I got that big network adapter that you slap into the back of the machine. I played EverQuest Online Adventures. I liked EverQuest Online Adventures. Man, bring that back. Bring it back. But it was only on the PlayStation 2, so yeah, you're kind of like, not only you have to emulate a server, but you're gonna have to emulate, well, you have to emulate a server that is running for an emulation of the game on the PS2, and oh boy, that's going down a rabbit hole. Oh, we fighting again. Oh god. No time to queue up. No time to queue up my sneak attack. Oh. All right. But yeah, I think I'll switch out to my axe after this one, because I don't know. I'll see how the damage with that is. But oh, I don't know. I think my accuracy would be higher just because of the weapon skill. We'll see. Not really sure where to take it right now. And I guess, I don't know, my accuracy's not bad, so, yeah, I'll meet Myth Kebab again. More damage. Go me and my Dex build. Alright. Oop. And... I'm not getting any big Vorpal sights yet. That's unfortunate. Oh, that mob is moving a little closer. I want to get my Whirl Claws in. Alright, well, I guess, yeah, I unloaded my weapon skill, so... let me switch out to my axe for a little bit, just play around. I have not field tested my axe and shield combo with a party yet. I just know that when I'm solo, I don't really see much of a damage difference. It's about the same. But here I kind of want that extra accuracy. The combat music here. I like how the combat music is different depending on where you are. All things I love. So yeah, main issue here is my sneak attack's not... Yeah, it's not as impressive. Not nearly as impressive with the one-hander. Oh, I see the attack. I was kind of wondering, like, there was an attack down effect after I... That'd be the other guy. No hidden stat on this. And let's see, there's nothing around, right? So, roll claws. What the, okay, that was recoil dive. Like, that just looked strange. That looked like the bugle, it looked like it was teleporting. It's okay, my accuracy is much better with the axe. Well, I mean, I wasn't missing a lot before, but despite that, I feel like my TP buildup is a little slower, actually. Huh. Alright, what kind of damage I get with my rampage? 42 damage! And I'm using strength food. Yeah, okay, alright. 42 damage. See, this is what I mean, right? Like, okay, I'm a little more accurate now. But I kind of feel like I'm doing a lot less damage. And my TP, weirdly enough, even though I'm attacking faster, yeah, I feel like my TP is building a lot slower. That's what I mean. Like, I think outside of, like, if I was fighting enemies, like, I don't know, I was doing something crazy, like an enemy that's like 20 levels higher than me. Well, yeah, I'd want every little drop of accuracy I can get, right? So I'd use the axe, but for stuff like this, man, like, I don't think it matters. I really don't think it matters very much what I use. Ooh. I like this dude's look. So he's got like the scythe, he's got a black robe on, black armor pants and boots. Like, man, that's a look right there. That's a look. I'm assuming that's assuming Dark Knight. I'm assuming. Yes, Dark Knight Samurai. Ooh. So, you know, I keep hearing good things about Slash Samurai. I think I'm gonna have to level up Samurai. I think I'm gonna have to do that. See, I guess, you know, while I was busy fishing, he was studying the blade, I suppose. So I don't know, like, I think I'll switch back to my scythe, because man, that 42 damage rampage, that just put me off. Oh, there was a red mage around. Like, what is even our party setup? I don't even know. Ooh, these aren't good for fighting, right? Wait, we're doing damage to it. I swear I attacked one of these things and I did no damage. Yeah, okay, wait, we were doing damage, then it did something. Yeah, we were doing damage, and then it did Venom Shell. Okay, so Venom Shell apparently just makes it immortal. Or, huh. Wait, what? Oh, the Lamb Chop. Lamb Chop did a ton to it. Yeah, dude, my weapon skills hurt it good. Like, okay, so it's weird, like, every now and then someone gets a hit through that does proper damage, but for the most part we're just doing, like, yeah, like, yeah, I nearly died to one of these. Yeah, because they're so tanky. I still don't understand how or why they are so tanky. I don't understand that. Alright. Off center. There we go. Yeah, see, look at that. My regular scythe attack doing more than my rampage. I'm sure I just got maybe a little unlucky on my rampage, but still, that didn't feel good. That didn't feel good. Well, here we go, like the things happening where one person weapon skills and everybody weapon skills. It's happening again. Oh yeah, there's the Vorpal Scythe I know and love. 643 damage. That's that get hard damage right there. That's what I like to see. And also nice a level up. I just assumed everybody here was like 75. I just assumed. Oh, and man, God, I'm so congested today still. I'm constantly reaching for that mute button. But also, I still need I still need like an experienced crafter to come in here. God, I have questions. Because maybe after the party I wanted to do some alchemy, you know, do that equivalent exchange. Yeah, I think I just critical twice in a row again. It's okay. See, it's weird, but I legit feel like I critical hit more often with my scythe than I do with my axe, and I'm not sure if there's any numerical reason for that, but it feels like it. Hey, luxury got a merit point. Oh yeah, right. I changed from EXP to merits. Wait, where do I see? Oh, right. The EXP menu is disabled, which I think being halfway into my level, like, I mean, that's good enough, right? Like, I can't level up anymore, so. All right. Let's see. So I guess I go into status, merit points. Yeah, there we go. So I'm about 8,000 more to go. Oh, when are we gonna be done? Never. You'll just be a skeleton in your chair. I wonder what other enemies are here. So there's these Toko toucans. Like, I wonder, like, I just noticed we've only been fighting the fish. But okay, I guess there's toucans, and then okay, the viscous clots are lower level. I'd assume maybe there's some reason they don't fight the toucans. Oh, also, I'll rest my health up. Let me check something. Oh yeah, I see here. That's our healer, right? I just noticed that, yeah, our healer is in the zone, but they're just at the docks. I just kind of noticed that. I honestly don't know when they got here. I wasn't paying as close attention as I should. Those long boat rides, you get sleepy sometimes, alright? You just close your eyes for a minute while you're waiting on the boat. And then you wake up the next day. I'll just sit here and listen to these island bongos. I wonder, other than like fishing and clamming, and I guess this area right here, I wonder if there's anything else to do on the island. I never really looked around it too much. Like I like the event stuff here, but I don't know what there is just normally to do on the island. Oh no, they're getting their clam on. Hey, look, clamming is pretty addicting. All right, it's pretty good. I really like this Pugil recolor. See, now that I'm not, busy beating it to death, I can just take a moment to look at it, and I like its color scheme. I like the patterns on it. The scales really pop out more than the average Pugil. Oh no, I think the healer died, like in real life. They were playing Final Fantasy for 72 hours straight. They were surviving on a diet of monster energy. Their heart couldn't handle anymore, alright? Another victim claimed by Final Fantasy XI. Oh no, we're gonna get some sound spam, maybe. Oh boy. A good thing my volume's fairly controlled. Fairly. Oh yeah, the gong sound. Oh god, I love the sound effects. I forget what all you can do. I think there's one that's just like a whistle, right? Like a coach's whistle. I think. Might be mixing up games there. I'll just say, man, this just reminds me. This is not the first time. If this is what happened, I mean, maybe they just took a few minutes to. They thought the boat ride would be longer, and they went to the bathroom. They went for a smoke break. I don't know. It could be that, or they could have just fallen asleep. The thing is over my time playing Final Fantasy XI, less so now actually, but back in the day. Yeah, people would just kind of fall asleep while they were playing. Sometimes, like, actively while the party is fighting, even. So, at the very least, I guess they didn't pass out in the middle of combat. That's good. That's a positive. Like, I've had the... And, okay, I will be honest, I will admit, because I play White Mage sometimes, right? And back in the day, because, yeah, the parties, it would often be kind of late for me. Yeah, I fell asleep sometimes, like, in the middle of healing as a White Mage. I'd just blink a little slowly, and that blink would get longer, and then yeah, then I'd wake up and you know, I'm just looking at a dead character on my screen. It happens. That's all I can say is, it happens. Ugh. Well, I guess I'll just pull up a chair here. There we go. Yeah, just pull up a comfy chair. You know, in the middle of the water. I wonder if you can. I've seen people with like thrones, right? I kind of want a better chair. I need a better chair now that my character looks fancy. Yeah, I guess, yeah. Yeah, sounds good to me. Yeah, yeah, this one died at the keyboard. They didn't fall asleep, they died at their keyboard. Ah, true. I'm pretty sure though that I'm pretty sure that's too far away to get EXP. I'm pretty sure. Like I was in the Boyata tree earlier, and or yesterday. Yesterday I was in the Boyata tree a bit, and I mean I wandered a little too far away from my pet and I didn't get EXP. So I'm pretty sure being on the other end of the zone, they wouldn't get anything. I guess, well, yeah. Okay, so they got it covered, yeah. I do believe the healer passed out on the boat ride. Yeah, I guess that, it was a little too comfy. Passed right out. I mean, it is a long boat ride. It is, so. Ugh, alright. So I guess I'm ready to murder things now. I think now that we have this big damage Dark Knight, I think now that we have, yeah, this Dark Knight to help out with the damage, I don't know, I guess the fights will go quick enough that it's a little easier to tank, I suppose. Oh. Yeah, it's, but hopefully, I don't know, hopefully it'll all work out now. And maybe a mage will come along. This is making me wonder, like, I kind of wanted my other non-Beastmaster class to be like, Paladin maybe. Tanking sounds fun, but now I'm thinking maybe White Mage. Maybe just go up White Mage. It seems like there's a problem with healers passing out. let's see, there's nothing around here. Okay, just making sure there's nothing around. So, Whirl Claw. Get that big oh my god, the Aragnite! Okay, good, it's not. Okay, it's out of range. That's good. But just to be sure, I'll stick to Foot Kick. Just to be safe. The Whirl Claws does more damage. Oh. Let me just throw in a weapon skill. I should have waited a little bit on that. I think that was kind of bad timing. Ooh, man, being a Taru, I kind of wanted to make a Taru ult, but every Taru I've ever seen, they are living on the edge of their hit points, like no matter what role they are. And birds are, oh man, I guess birds, I'd assume they have like Hell Dive or something like that, so they got tough attacks. But yeah, that is on the edge of those hit points. Ugh. Alright. So, yeah, I get trying to think. I had things I wanted to kind of discuss or I had questions, but I need a crafter. I need some kind of crafter to ask questions to. You know, a crafter that's not me, because I damn near 60 cooking and I still don't know what I'm doing. I think I'm still kind of, it's only 11 here, like 11:30. I'm still kind of shaking off the dust, and I don't really wake up until it's afternoon. I gotta be honest. I wake up slow. All right. Let's see. Where's a fish at? Am I blind? There's a fish over here. There's a fish. I guess I'll grab one. I guess. Okay, I got one. Pulling it back in with the pet. The old pet pull. Hey, the pet's a good puller, alright? He's super expendable. I didn't mean to trick attack there. Ooh, yeah, I didn't think that would pull aggro, or like not for it did it for a second, but I didn't think just a normal sneak attack, trick attack with no weapon skill or anything. I didn't think that would pull aggro. Uh-oh, this Dark Knight is uh-oh. Too much aggro. God damn, he is weapon skilling a lot. I guess that's samurai. Come on, foot kick. Try to end it. Ooh. Okay, so I guess I thought a sneak attack, trick attack with no skill. I didn't think that would be enough to like push the aggro onto the Dark Knight. Though he is weapon skilling a lot. I guess I'll pick someone else for that. I'll pick someone else. Man, people really want this spot. What I find funny is that I finally get Sky access, and I have not gotten any no group invites to Sky since I got it, but I turned down so many invites before that. And now I'm just on the island. Alright, well, oh hey, fish just right there. I will wait patiently. Oh, here we go. Let's see if I can get the rabbit positioned around here. Alright, a little better if I want to do good weapon skill. Or good special move. And then the other one stands right next to it. Okay. So, I guess I'll just... I have no idea how to make a chain because everyone just did everything all at once there. I still don't quite know what it is, right? And I think I've fallen victim to this phenomena too, but it's like one guy weapon skills, everybody else does too, even when it doesn't make any sense. It's... I don't quite... I don't get what, like, the societal or mental phenomena is exactly, but it... yeah. You'll feel compelled to also fire your skill off. Oh, there goes my dedication effect. Let's see, 7,000 to go for my first limit point. Or, I guess these are limit points, so then it'd be merit points. Yeah. Oh god, what am I gonna put it in? I don't even know. I guess while we wait for something, maybe healer, maybe not, just take a quick look at my categories. I kind of feel like since I use Scythe so much, I mean, I might as well up the skill some, right? Kind of feel like just because I get so much use out of it, right? But probably crit rate. Yeah. I think since I have good dex and all that, yeah, let's go with crit rate. Oh no. Oh no. Man, this is really making me think that like it's not the first time I've seen a party fall apart because no healer. This is making me think I might have to level White Mage up some more. Might have to go that route. All right, well, I'll do the salute. Yeah, I don't know. At least, hey, I never knew you could party out here. So cool. I at least partied in a new place. That's nice. How the hell do I want to get out of here? I guess my warp cudgel, right? Yep, all good. So I suppose I will warp cudgel out and then back to the Boyata tree, perhaps? I don't know. And oh yeah, the other guy took the boat out here. Oh man. Well, I guess that other those other parties, I guess they get their spot. Yeah, I feel bad about everything, but like I realize that things happen in this game. FF11, things happen. Alright, so yeah, back to the tree. Or I could go to Romave, I guess. I mean, I don't know. Those enemies would be kind of level appropriate, I think. Maybe. I don't know. I'll mix it up. I'll go out there. So, alright. Dropping out of the party. Okay, and I'll put flag up and we'll see where that goes, if anywhere. Oh, so yeah, I guess I'll switch back to my axe for a little bit. So I will say, like, my axe kind of, I don't know, it felt a little disappointing in a party. Like, I actually felt like I was getting less out of my axe than my scythe. And I think it was just because, well, yeah, you get more accuracy. But your actual, like as far as damage goes, and I guess this is why you would slash ninja, but then again, yeah, then I'd lose out on my high crit chance, on sneak attack, on... Like, I don't know, I just think my actual damage with my axe was disappointing. The weird thing is it was doing less damage than if I was just... like, if I was just solo. Oh yeah, look at that. Hey, look, the other party. The other party. They're looking for a healer in Pergo Norgo. And Pergo Norgo is hard for me to say, but yeah, okay, so the frequent demand of healers, this tells me that, well, I think both healers and tanks are in demand, but the way that this game plays, oftentimes you don't even use a tank, you just have DPS with slash ninja, right? So that leads me to think that maybe White Mage is, you know, White Mage, or Summoner White Mage, or Red Mage even, which, God, I hate the idea of playing Red Mage and just being a bargain bin White Mage, but I think that I should level up something that can heal, something that can play the main healer. So I may, I don't know, I don't hate White Mage, but I like Red Mage more conceptually, so I don't know, I might have to level up Red Mage. Might have to do that. might just have to. Okay, so we're back out here in Litalor. So, I don't know, the Boyata tree is good money, it's good EXP and all that, it's great all around. However, I like to mix up my playstyle. So let's go north instead of south. Let's go up, go up close to Sky, right? There are enemies there that are of the appropriate level range. I can make that work. So hey, why not, right? Like, why not? Let's kill stuff in Romave. I don't really know. I know there's weapon type enemies and there's doll type enemies, but I'm not really sure what else there is there. And I don't know how tough any of them are. But you gotta experiment, right? And to be honest, everyone is in the Boyata tree. Like, the Boyata tree gets crowded sometimes because there's just so many people there. But I don't know. I guess either red mage or white mage, or I mean, I think people would take a summoner slash white mage as a healer. At least every other server that I've played summoner on, pretty much I was just the healer, right? Like, even though it's just a sub, it works. But I think my thing is, while I like Beastmaster a lot, I like grouping up with people even more, and honestly, Beastmaster, you don't really get that many party invites as a Beastmaster. It's also just because there's so many Beastmasters to choose from. There's, you don't really, unless you stand out, there's nothing to really get you an invite over someone else, right? I think that's kind of the same problem with a lot of the DPS classes. That I know Thief has it kind of bad like that too. Like, there's so many thieves. If you don't really stand out and make friends, then there's no reason one thief gets invited over another, so you might find that you go a long time without party invites. But we're almost up to Romave. Let's see what we got to work with. And I don't know, maybe it's just me. I'm a little... Today I feel like I'm a little slower, and not sure why. Not sure why. Here we are, right on the outskirts. And, oh yeah, Sandoria! Sandoria controls all this, that's good. I can get Signet, I can just live here. I don't want to do that, but I could. Alright, Romave. So we have killing weapons just right here. All right, let's do it. Let's see what kind of challenge do these enemies pose. What are we in for? And then I have a bit of a coughing fit. Oh. Oh, nice, triple hit. Okay, got my meat myth kebab on. I'm ready. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah, my rabbit just I mean, I guess I have had the same rabbit out since I was in the boyata tree, right? Like, yeah, that rabbit that I was using in the party, like, I summoned that in the boyata tree, so it was out for a while. Okay, so the killing weapons aren't too bad at all, actually. Not bad at all. Ominous weapon. And these are all just the right level range, too. Like, this is all just the right level. Exactly 10 levels lower, so I can kill it nice and quick and easy. And if they hit me, it doesn't hit too hard, you know? Alright. So let's do it. Rampage! 596. So yeah, like I'm getting good points on my rampage here. getting those good rampages in. Maybe I just had maybe I was just super unlucky with it in that party. It could be, right? Alright, so I get 79 limit points per fight. I'm not sure if I'd assume limit points are roughly equivalent to EXP. I would assume. Like, I would assume if I had EXP toggled on, I'd be getting 79 EXP per kill. I'd assume. Oh, there's a lot of weapons over here. Just a mix of killing and ominous weapons. I wonder if they drop anything. Like, I wonder if they have any loot other than just crystals, right? Crystals are nice, but I would like more than just crystals. 689. So yeah, like my rampage is doing good here, right? I'm getting some good rampages on right now. So I do stand by my decision to go /thief. I stand by that. /thief is awesome. Great bursty damage no matter what. It's just I kind of flip-flop between which one does more damage in the situation. You know, my scythe or my axe, and it really does just seem to depend, honestly. And I guess luck is quite a factor. I mean, if you get unlucky with either one, you'll do pretty crappy damage. If you get lucky, then, well... yeah, then you'll get just insanely large hits, right? Okay, that'd be a waste. It'd be a waste of a rampage to use it right now. So both me and the pet got D'd. D'd real hard. It's a 2-point damage thing, so it's not that bad. A cursed puppet. They don't aggro, at least not on the side anyway. Rampage! Ooh, that pulled the aggro. For a second. 500 damage. And hey there, Vexus. Doing alright. I feel like I'm a little slow, a little foggy today. But still doing alright. Gotten a party already, but it didn't really go anywhere, unfortunately. Oh no, skipping class! He's skipping out! I mean, you know what? To be fair, I did stay up a little late too myself, so that's probably why I'm foggy. Look, lack of sleep, I can't recommend it. Cannot recommend. Oh. And yeah, now I'm a little foggy, I'm slow, I'm congested. Oh, it's the worst. Alright, resting the pet up. Man, I like this zone. I know it's all just sort of a build-up to go to the Hall of the Gods over there, but I don't know, it's a neat-looking area, I like it. And the enemies are just right for me to fight. Like, just perfect. Oh no, scared of class. Ooh. That just kind of reminds me, man, I had, like, both in the past and even, you know what, it's kind of like those school dreams, right, that stick with you even, like, well after you get out of school. But both in college and shortly after, I would have those dreams, you know, the ones where, like, you dream that, like, oh no, I'm late for class, oh no, I didn't show up for class for the last year, oh no, those dreams, right? It's kind of weird how even when you're out of college, you can still, like, you could still have that. You still have that fear deep in you. Like, nowadays, I kind of have that dream, but for pets, you know? It's, like, see, now the dream is that, oh no, I forgot to feed our, like, and often it'll be a pet that we don't even have, right? Like, oh, I forgot to feed our horse! And then you realize, oh no, the horse hasn't been fed for the last 3 months! I wonder if he's okay! Yeah, that's like that's sort of the equivalent of that dream now, as a well out of school adult. I think all of it really just speaks to, I think everyone can have a fear of a thing, and then also a fear of skipping out on that thing, and then, you know, letting time get away from you. Oop, let's see, I gotta keep on top of this. Get that rampage in. Ooh, that looks like a big one. Was that 753? Right, I need to get my pet to Whirlclaw. Again. Again. There we go. I mean, I guess. Yeah, I guess if you're behind like that, then take a moment to catch up. I think I only kind of had that with, like, I used to get that a lot with language classes, and it's just because I learn weird, right? Like, I learn a little weird, and it takes me a while sometimes to get something, but then, you know, if I get it, I get it. But I might be missing some kind of fundamental thing, and yeah, that... And then, oh no, I'm really behind, but I gotta practice the basics. And math too. Although, look, with math in school, I never really went higher than the very basics. I know, that's why I'm terrible at math now. But there was one moment where in high school, like, the way that our school worked was like, and this is how you can get through the American education system not knowing math, but you can either take, like, as an example, geometry, right? And then that leads into something else, and then, like, the calculus and all that. Or, for any one of these things, you can take part 1, and then part 2, and then part 3, right? They divide it up. So, like, if you're a smart kid, you just do geometry, right? And then you get all that, and then you move up to the next step. But if you're not a smart kid like me, then, or you don't have confidence, then you start with, like, geometry part 1 for, like, your whole semester, right? And then geometry part 2 and part 3, and so you could literally graduate high school never going to the next step because they all count about the same for credits, right? So I had this moment in high school where, like, there was some kind of clerical error, and they put me in the next class up, even though I'd only taken, like, you know, I was in, like, the parts of geometry. I think it was, like, algebra, geometry, then, like, algebra 2, I think, and then calculus stuff, but, yeah, they put me in, like, algebra 2, and I hadn't done all of like, I'd only done parts of it, right? So, like, I got into the class, and I literally did not understand a goddamn thing, right? Like, I literally understood nothing. And, like, very first day, you know, when it's like, I was called on to do a formula, it's like, what is happening? And then, yeah, it's like, oh, no, we made a mistake. Sorry. Yeah, it's, I think a few subjects are kind of like that too, but it's really math. Math is the big one, and, I mean, math is hard, right? Math is pretty hard, I know. I'm terrible at it. But yeah, it was an option, and the thing is like, credit-wise for graduation, it counts about the same if you do it in parts, compared to if you do it, like, just all in one go and then go to the smarter classes. Yeah, math doesn't care about your feelings, exactly. But yeah, like, if you're one of the smart kids, then it's like, yeah, of course you do algebra, geometry, you know, calculus, and trig, I think, was a whole separate thing, right? But yeah, see, if you do it like me and you did it in parts, then you basically only have algebra 1, which I guess would be that easy level, right? And then geometry, and then you just don't go any higher. So no calculus, no trigonometry, none of that stuff, right? No stats. I know stats was a whole other thing. You don't get any of that. You get, like, probably the equivalent of a middle school math education in other countries. So, yeah, that was kind of not great, and that's why, like, today I kind of struggle with anything relating to math. I struggle really bad. But I do think it's interesting that in terms of, like, graduation credits, it counts the same. So technically, you know, someone, like, you know, you could graduate from high school with the same degree as one of the smart kids, right? But technically speaking, you know a lot less than they do, right? Even though you have the same piece of paper. Also, I wanna save up my TP here, and I wanna do a big, because this axe has a bonus 1,000 TP, so I want to get to 2,000, and then just unload a massive rampage. Yeah, true. It's, well, I think the problem, the problem is the way that, like, our education system does it. The problem is that technically, like, on paper, someone who barely took any math classes, on paper, they are just as qualified as someone who did take those more advanced math classes. So, like, you see, the problem could be, like, well, yeah, you try to go into something, into a job, and it's like, they assume you know more than you do because the paper says you should, right? But, yeah, that's not really how it works out. Yeah, true. I guess, yeah, like, when you move on to college, you could, you could brush up on that, and I did take more math classes in college, but it didn't help me too much, and by then I was kind of more interested in other things, so yeah. Alright, hold up. Big rampage time. Oh, look at that health bar drop. That was ace. So that was like the equivalent of a full TP bar. 790 damage. I've done more damage with my scythe with only 1,000 TP. But I will say this, the axe definitely consistently deals more damage. So yeah, I'm not against using the axe now. I'll use it. But I'll kind of alternate. I still don't think it doesn't make that much difference here. Like, when I got into college, well, the thing is, I had a big interest for, criminal justice and police science, right? That was most of my stuff, which I even had a counter-terrorism class. That was fun. But, like, to me, it's a subject that, in general, law and crime stuff it's fascinating. So yeah, that's what I took classes for. And also, of course, you have to take some other things, some language, some math, some things that are just miscellaneous, like, humanities type of stuff. Which that's where I took some pop culture classes, weirdly enough, right? Like Western culture. I honestly think that while a lot of it was super interesting and it'll give you a lot to talk about, practically I think most of it was completely worthless, if I have to be honest. Like, even as it relates to some kind of law or law-adjacent profession. Although I will admit, okay, one of the most useful classes in college, which really should not have been a college class, but should have been something you have to take way, way sooner in your education. But a general health and well-being class. Like, it was all about, like, nutrition and fitness and all of that, right? This fell under those kind of extra humanities credits that you need, right? But no, honestly, the teacher was a bit of a hippie, right? Or the professor was a bit of a hippie, but, like, no, I learned more about not eating trash and taking care of myself in that class than I ever learned before it. I really feel like that should have been a class that you take, like, maybe even in elementary school or something, right? Like, it would have helped me a lot. It's like, wait, you mean I shouldn't eat chicken nuggets and hot dogs every day? What? That's bad for me? It's like, wait, that's doing what to my heart? Yeah. So yeah, that's one I wish. That's some class I wish came along much sooner. Ooh, another big one. 645. So yeah, I'll totally say, man, Rampage consistently deals high damage. I'll give it. At least with this axe. It might not deal that much with a different axe, because this axe has a TP bonus on it. But yeah, it's pretty nice. Though, just for funsies, let's switch back to the scythe, which I think the scythe, yeah, it's lower damage on average, but a higher potential. That, and it's just I would say, like, okay, how much was I doing on my auto attacks before? Like, my auto attacks, my non-critical auto attacks were doing in the 60s, it seems like. In the 60s to the 90s, occasionally bordering up to 100. Yeah, look at the auto attacks on this, right? 130, 150, 180, like it is significantly more auto attack damage than the axe. So the weapon skills might not be as impressive, or, you know, they need to get lucky to get impressive, but just the regular attacks are significantly harder hitting. It's slower too, but still, like, it's significantly more auto attack damage. So, yeah, here's the thing, right? Like, I've kind of been alternating between my scythe and my axe, and they're both maxed out weapon skill-wise. And I'm using equivalent gear for both, and I don't know, like, I don't really see that much of a difference between the two. Like, sometimes my axe performs a lot better than my scythe, sometimes my scythe performs a lot better than my axe. It's kind of whatever there. To me, at the very least, what this tells me is when people get really pedantic about, you know, what weapon you're using, that's just them kind of... that's just a them problem. Because really, yeah, look, 682 Vorpal Scythe, right? Like, that... I didn't need 3000 TP, right? Like, that's just boom, big attack. So, I don't know, I think it's whatever you want to use. It's whatever you want to use. Well, at least for like solo and EXP parties. Like in that EXP party, honestly, my scythe was performing better than my axe. But I think if I was like, yeah, if I had to fight some enemy that was like, I don't know, 20 levels over me, then yeah, then I'd have to squeeze accuracy on that, and that would mean using the weapon with the highest skill points, which would be an axe. So yeah, like there it would matter. Here, not so much. And in casual EXP parties, also not so much. Like, I wasn't even using dexterity food. I was using meat myth kebabs, which just give damage, right? And my accuracy was still fine. So I think in instances like that, where accuracy isn't an issue too much, then I think my scythe probably out damages my axe. The way that I play the game, anyway. But I do like having both, right? I have a scythe and an axe that are roughly equivalent, although I do think, I mean, my axe is definitely better. It's one level higher, and it has that TP bonus ability. This scythe, I don't even get the accuracy bonus because I'm not Bestock, so my scythe is actually a little mismatched. And I know there's better scythes that I could use. But I don't know, having roughly equivalent weapons, roughly having both skills maxed out as high as I can take them, Yeah, like it is fun kind of alternating and comparing, but yeah, after much comparison, it really does for me just come down to could go either way. Could go one way or the other. Alright, so I gotta be honest, the loot here is not good. At least at this part of the area, right? Like at least here the loot's not very good. The weapons don't seem to drop anything other than crystals and seals. Maybe the dolls drop shards, I don't know. But I can certainly see why no one else is just EXPing here. I can see it, because the loot's terrible. So I may go back to the Boyata tree. I want to fight things in places that aren't just that same green cave, right? I want to fight things in interesting places, but all the interesting places seem to just have terrible loot. Like even in Sky, right? Like up in the sky, the enemies will A, they're a little too hard, but B, for the hassle, especially those magic pots, for the hassle you have to go through to fight them, the loot is really disappointing. Also, I still like how that is a... Ooh, what's this? A bottle of Illumin ink. Illumin ink. I assume that is some alchemy stuff right there. Alright, are there... Maybe there's more doll-type enemies deeper in, right? The weapons are just pretty disappointing. So let's go deeper. But anyhow, as we're just kind of grinding along, no specific goals today, although I do want to go ahead to the Horizon website and just pull up the Yell chat. I like to have that Yell chat ready, and I kind of forgot. So I can keep an eye on if anyone's doing something I might need, or something I might want to jump in on, or help people with, you know. I'll try to keep an eye on that. Doesn't look like there's anything going on right now. But while we're just grinding, again, this is normally where I'd have some questions, concerns, things to go over. It's a pretty quiet day today, right? Pretty quiet both on the chat end and just here. Okay, just rest. My main thing is I would like to do a little alchemy crafting today, since I have I have a little extra gil, right? I'm trying to stay over 2.5 million. I'm trying to stay over that milestone. So I have some gil to spend over that, and I wanted to start up on alchemy. But you see, I guess there's two things I could craft. One would certainly be easier than the other. But the problem is, I'm not sure how this works. So, yeah, so there's a recipe to make dried marjoram, right? And when I look at it, it is a synthesis recipe that is cooking 13, alchemy 5. So when I look at it on the alchemy list of things you can make, right? It says the recipe and then cooking in parentheses. Now, when I look at that on the when I look at it on the cooking end, it says yeah, dried marjoram, alchemy in parentheses. So yeah, like what I guess this is what I need, someone who crafts more to help me with. I guess the question is, if a recipe uses two different skills, right? It uses both cooking and alchemy. But while it uses two skills, they use the same recipe. They use the exact same recipe. Well, I mean, then which one is it, right? Like, do you level cooking or do you level alchemy when you craft it? Like, that's the thing, right? Which one do you level up whenever you make it? Or does it level anything up? I guess I don't understand how these multi-craft things, I don't know how they work exactly. So these things don't link. They aggro, but they don't link. So it's relatively safe to fight them all up in a group. But yeah, so that's one of the big things I had questions and concerns on today. And it's a pretty quiet day, so there's no one to answer it. But yeah, like what? Like, how does the game handle that, right? Like, if there's only so for a lot of things that potentially have multiple crafts, like when you make like copper ingots, for example, right? Which is something I can make. So copper ingots is both a blacksmithing and a goldsmithing recipe. The thing is that it's separate recipes. Like, there is a separate combination of materials that will make copper ingots, and one combination is blacksmithing, the other is goldsmithing. The problem with this is that it uses two different skills at two different caps, but yeah, it's one singular recipe, and I don't think you can level up two things at the same time. I don't think. So yeah, I really am incredibly curious on how the game handles it. I scoured the internet. All right, I scoured the internet. I looked everywhere I could possibly look, and I saw absolutely nothing that would tell me the information I need to know. Just absolutely nothing. I mean, I'm not opposed to crafting the other thing. There's two things I can make up to level 5 alchemy. The dried marjoram would be the cheaper thing to get ingredients for, but the other item was beeswax. Now, beeswax, because it uses beehive chips, that's the more expensive craft. But then again, I will actually use beeswax later on in alchemy. Like, later in alchemy, you will use a lot of beeswax to craft things like silent oil, right? So I wouldn't be opposed to doing that one. Wouldn't be opposed to it. But I always go for that path of least resistance, right? Or in this case, the path of less gills spent. I always go for that whenever I can. Well, I mean, I haven't I haven't needed to do ninja because I got it up to level 37, and I never want to touch ninja ever again. Never again. I think, like, yeah, the main reason the main reason that I don't like ninja is it's expensive. It's really expensive. Like, I'm not necessarily opposed to the class, it's just... well, the gameplay is not really to my taste either. Yeah, the particular gameplay of it doesn't really do anything for me. Like, if I'm gonna play a tank, then I would rather play a paladin, right? Like, paladin, thematically, I like it more. I like the look and feel of it more. You know, give me a big sword and a shield, or paladin can also use great swords, which that just seems fun, right? Give me a big sword and some holy magic, and I'm good to go, right? But the ninja stuff, I mean, you know, I wasn't a Naruto fan. That's my problem. That's why I can't play ninja in this game. But yeah, I think for leveling up subs though, the next one I want to do is warrior. No matter what, I do think I will need warrior for a few things. Paladin comes to mind. Every now and then I might want to alternate and use warrior as my sub as a beastmaster. I could think of some instances, especially lower level instances, where you know, I may want to be a little tankier and be able to provoke as a beastmaster, because beastmasters can wear good armor. Like, they can wear good armor. They actually have lots of hit points. So I could think of a few instances where you'd want to go warrior. Oh, I told my pet to use a weapon skill, but he was asleep. That'll do it. And they just fall into a pile. So the doll type enemies, they actually have some good, like, they've got good loot. They have okay loot. Problem is there's not that many doll enemies around. Mostly it's just the weapons, and the weapons, not great. So I think I might want to move back to the boyata tree if I'm just gonna do a little grinding today, right? Then I think it's back to the boyata tree for me. So I will say this, I like this area, I think it's cool and everything, but it's kind of the same problem as Sky, where the enemies that you can fight don't really give any kind of good loot, not in any amount. And I would assume that's the main reason why I don't see anybody else here, right? In the boyata tree, there's usually dozens of other players just running around killing everything in sight. The tunnels can get really crowded. Here, yeah, there's no one. No one's here. I'd assume this is why. But as I sit here and meditate, it's very bad. I'm already kind of thinking about things things for dinner today, right? Because, you know, I do it every day. And yesterday I made them chicken nuggies, right? I made some nuggets, and kind of spicy too. The thing is, right, I have a pan full of oil now, and normally I wouldn't want to make junk food, or, well, it's not total junk, but it's kind of fast food style, right? Normally I wouldn't really want to do that twice in a row. However, we still have a package of chicken. Like, it was a package with a bunch of chicken in it, and there's still a lot left. And there's a pan with oil that is still good to use. And right now, oil still costs way, way more than it should. So, like, in the moment, I don't like to... Yeah, I like to get the most out of my cooking oil, right? Like, I'm not sure exactly what the last thing of oil that we got, how much that cost, but, like, the price of, like, plant oil or sunflower oil especially, since that's the good one, that's the one that gives the nice flavor that we like. But especially sunflower oil, that is, like, the price here, where we're at, is anywhere from... It's anywhere from, like, on a good day, €2 for a 1 liter bottle. On a bad day, it's €5 a bottle. On a really bad day, it can go even higher than that. So with prices like that, if I pour out a ton of that oil into a pan, I want to get more than one use out of it, right? Makes sense, I think. Oh, I'm getting aggro. I'm hitting too hard again. I gotta stop that. But yeah, So I guess here's the thing, right? Like the various cooking oils, particularly sunflower oil, it used to be, like, I want to say, 2 years ago or more, right? 2 or 3 years ago here, the price for a 1 liter bottle of sunflower oil was 88 cents, right? 88 cents. And that had been the price for, like, as long as I'd been here, several years. But after certain world events happened, it's like sometimes that same bottle of oil is up to like €5 now. Like cooking oil was cheap. It was dirt cheap, right? You could stir fry to your heart's content. Well, literally to your heart, until your heart dies from all that. But still, a little oil is fine. A little oil to stir fry is fine. But you shouldn't make chicken nuggets like me every day, right? That's the thing. I wouldn't feel the urge to make chicken nuggets twice in a row before, but now it's like, man, I gotta use that oil. Right, that oil's expensive. I gotta use it. I know, right? Yeah, one major global event to another. And the thing is, okay, so like, I complain, I bitch about the price of my sunflower oil. That's if you can even get it. Like, sometimes there just isn't any, there's no cooking oil to buy. And not just sunflower, but like any cooking oil, right? And of course, it's not just cooking oil. There's some other things that are increasingly hard to get your hands on. But hey, good news. Look, 904 damage Vorpal Scythe. But yeah, I'm a simple man. I like to cook. And unfortunately, a lot of cooking ingredients, yeah, they've just gone through the roof. If you can get them. That said, you can still get nice local regional wine for like three euros a bottle. So, hey, you can have all the alcohol you can handle. But that cooking oil, which isn't that crazy to think that like, yeah, like a liter of cooking oil is more expensive than a liter of a nice regional wine right now. Think about that one. Oh, I think my pet's about to die. Oh yeah, there he goes. Down he goes. But all is good. I have another one. I got a backup. Alright, and I'll just rest my health up. Also, total aside, man, I'm much more used to pronouncing euro the German way than the English way, and it's like every time I hear just euro, it always sounds wrong to me because I kind of first learned and said it more in German, and the EU sound makes that's a different sound here. Euro. But that's just, yeah, that's one of those weirdnesses when you learn a word in a different language first, you know? You learn it, yeah, like, there's a couple things like that where I've just learned it first, yeah, in German, and then, yeah, and then you learn the English version to kind of, yeah. I like it. I like euro. It rolls off the tongue good in a proper sentence here. It works. But anytime you see like the EU sound, it makes that sound. So, you know, Europa, etc. I don't know. I will say I like that with German things pronounce consistently. That's one thing where I gotta admit it just works, right? It just works. Like you don't have to worry about things that are spelled like with a similar letter combination making totally different sounds like English. So I gotta give it. That is convenient. Like I never really thought about it before until like the wife brought it up to me, but I never thought about it before how many words in English are spelled in the same way but they pronounce totally different, right? Like how many EAR words, right? Like how many pronounce nothing like each other with no seemingly no reason. Yeah. Oh, look at that. Yeah, they don't care. They don't care that someone's fighting their friend. I think other than just like direct sound aggro, these guys only really aggro based on magic. If you cast a spell, they'll fuck you up, but otherwise they don't really care. But okay, since again no one, it's pretty quiet. Like both in the game and in the chat, it's pretty quiet today. So okay, while we're just grinding away, I'm trying to get my first limit point or merit point. Food related, because look, I cook a lot, right? I don't just talk about food because I'm hungry. It's like I cook a lot, right? Cooking is, I would, if you were to ask me my hobbies in a list of some sort, cooking would be on there. But here's something that I struggle with. See, me, I will admit I can be picky, but I'm a lot less picky about food than I used to be. I used to have a very, very limited palette of things I would eat. Now I'll pretty much try anything, and I like variety in my food now, right? Like whenever I cook dinner, I always like, you know, there will be a meat, there will be some kind of like carb filler like potatoes or rice or whatever. There'll be vegetables in there. You gotta get those greens, you know, and some kind of vegetable. And I also like to include, I don't know, something like, you know, maybe some mushroom and onion is a really nice side to put on there. But I like to make very diverse dishes, right? Because that is sort of the standard here, and I've gotten used to it. But we have a little bit of a problem, which is the wife is very picky about her veggies and about her meats. Like, she loves chicken and she likes beef, but she doesn't really eat pork or fish. She doesn't really like either one, which really limits the amount of things I can cook, right? Like, hey, I love me some beer battered fish schnitzel, right? I love me some of that. Or, oh, shrimp, some coconut shrimp. I love making me some battered up coconut shrimp. But she doesn't really like that very much. And then the same goes for veggies. She loves peas, broccoli, and spinach, and that's it. So like my options for veggies are a little limited too. And she loves mushrooms, but you know, other than the standard mushroom, right? Like they can get expensive. So see, I run into this problem, and you see it today where I'm making chicken nuggets and potatoes and veg again, right? So my problem is, okay, I want to make our dishes more diverse, right? I like diverse foods, but it's like, okay, I don't have a lot of things I can work with. So I guess, okay, maybe how I prepare things, right? How I prepare the chicken and all that. You know, how I prepare it and arrange it and cut it and all that. Like, okay, maybe I can work around with that. Do something a little different with that, maybe. But I am really trying to think how I can diversify our dinner dishes a little more, so that we're not just eating like a chicken breast, potato, and vegetable every day. And that's a little bit of a challenge. And every now and then, like, we'll do like half a month of pasta sauce, like just make a big pot of pasta sauce and just have, you know, pasta and noodles, right? Like, we do that, but outside of that, and even that, a half a month of just that gets a little old too. But yeah, outside of that, it's just kind of chicken, veg, and potato, or steak, veg, and potato. The other parts of the chicken, well, I mean, we every now and then we do like we'll like rotisserie a whole chicken and cut it in half. Every now and then we do that, but so, okay, I like chicken legs a lot, right? Chicken legs, or, you know, you can get like a cut that's a leg and a thigh, all, you know, nice big chunk of meat. I love that. She will eat that. She'll eat it, but she's not a big fan of it. And those are a little more expensive too, for what you get. Yeah, the chicken thigh. Again, I love it. She'll eat it, but it's kind of, again, it's a little expensive for what it is compared to other parts, and she's not a huge fan, so it's a little, you know, a little wasted for the cost. Now, she does like Asian dishes. She likes Asian dishes. Which, hey, like some kind of, you know, noodle and duck dish, that could work. Again, it's the same problem. Duck is kind of expensive, so I can't really whip that out too often. I guess I'm looking for a more cheap alternative, right? Like, basically a cheap dinner that I can make as an alternative to the relatively cheap, like, you know, chicken breast and a potato and veg. Yeah, she mainly likes chicken breast, and hey, that's a good cut, right? She also likes half chicken, but again, I think the problem is when you get into anything other than chicken breast, it does cost more. So you can't do it very often. But she really only absolutely likes like a full rotisserie chicken, which is, you know, that's also really heavy, so you can't do that too often. Like even split up half and half, like that's a heavy dish right there. So you can't do that very often. Like I like chicken wings. She hates chicken wings. She hates it. She will not eat. Yeah, she doesn't really do fish. And she likes squid, but that's a little harder to get and prepare. I mean, she will eat shrimp, but again, like it's one of those things where she doesn't get a whole lot out of it. So for the extra cost, it's a little wasted there. She is surprisingly picky. Like she's actually more picky than I used to be. It's just she's picky in a different way. Like for me, it was, you know, it was that I only really liked, you know, super processed fast food, right? Like that was how I was picky. But you know, once I got over that, I will eat anything. I love variety now, but she's still picky. Or rather, it's maybe the things that she likes that aren't, you know, these basic things. They tend to be really expensive, and you can't. They're either really expensive, or they're really heavy, or they're both. So you like either way, you couldn't or shouldn't do it very often. Oh, back out in Lita lore, or you know, Zeta. Wasn't quite sure where the zone edge was. Okay, back in. And I guess I'll tell the pet to rest. For now, we'll just stick here, I think. Not the best loot, but it's easy killing, right? But yeah, you see my dilemma, right? Like it's hard to introduce some variety in there when she has a very limited palette of things she likes. Now, she does like Asian dishes. She loves noodles and rice and all that, and you know, you can stuff a good amount of variety in there. Like she doesn't normally like carrots, but she will eat like thin cuts of carrot in an Asian dish. So I feel like cooking, like making some kind of Asian dish. That's probably my best bet to inject more variety, and I guess I could still use the chicken, right? Like there's ways you can cut the chicken that it would go good in like a bowl of ramen, right? I would have to look into some way to do that, but yeah, Asian dishes, I think that's how I might be able to inject the variety. The only problem is I'm not very skilled at making those kinds of dishes, so it's something I gotta practice. Like I'm really good at making, obviously, like, you know, American dishes or German dishes now too. I can make a mean schnitzel, but yeah, Asian cuisine I'm not very practiced in. it. I mean, like, the thing is, right? Like, you know, I like chicken nuggets as much as the next guy, right? I like chicken nuggets and potato wedges and veg. I like it as much as anyone else. The problem is yeah, we tend to just eat that. so at least for me, it leaves me wanting for variety, you know? A Japanese curry. Yeah, she does really like curry dishes. Again, it's like I just have to figure out I have to figure out a simple curry dish that I could make, right? Like very, very simple recipe. The main problem with a lot of Asian dishes is they tend to be very complex. A lot of ingredients and you know, stir frying, boiling, all kinds of things. Like it tends to be a lot where if I'm not paying full attention, might mess it up a little bit. I mean, true. I could. I could. Oh, okay. Huh. Yeah, I'd say like, yeah, maybe I'd add some more veg to that, because she will eat standard veggies, right? So that might work. That might work. Like, I'll run that by her, although she'd probably, yeah, like, but it's got chicken in it, so she'd probably like that. But yeah, I could make things separate for myself, and I do that sometimes. Like sometimes when she wants nuggets, like, okay, I'll fry the, you know, I'll bread and fry the nuggets, right? And then I'll also bread my own, like a piece of fish, right? Like I'll bread a piece of fish or some shrimp, and then I'll put that on for myself afterwards, right? The problem with doing the whole is she eats one thing and I eat something else. The problem is purely about time spent in the kitchen. Like if you're doing two completely separate meals, then that doubles up the time in the kitchen. That's kind of the issue. So I try to find things that we can both eat that'll satisfy for both, and that's tricky when she doesn't like variety quite as much. Yeah, that, like, a lot of Asian food, it's complex. I think the issue is that it can be a complex blend of ingredients that you have to be very careful how you cook it, right? And things could go wrong, and then you just ruin it, right? Or you get a dish that is flavorless, essentially, and that's always the worry. That I'll just waste the time. Yeah, chicken tikka masala, like, Yeah, I have to look some more. I guess I haven't looked quite as much as I could, so I gotta look for more dishes. Oh god. Man, the timing on that. Alright. Okay, there we go. It's having trouble getting the aggro off me there, so hold up, my health is in the orange. I gotta deal with this threat real quick. Yeah, so like the Japanese curry, like, yeah, I think that can work. And yeah, again, she loves noodle dishes. She loves noodle and rice dishes. And, you know, she loves Asian cuisine, so if I can, it might still just be chicken, but if I can put it in a different format, that'd be great. And since I don't make this a lot, right? Like I don't make Asian dishes a lot, then yeah, that'd be a good amount of variety for me too. Ooh, udon. I actually love those thick udon noodles. I love them. Like they're chewy. They're so thick and chewy. Oh man, that one got my health down. Got my health down nice and good. And I think my pet has Dia on right now, so I'll rest and my pet will just suffer. That's fine. But yeah, I guess again, since things are quiet in here right now, figured I'd just bring up some food talk. But it can, yeah, it can be rough to kind of work out dishes that we both like, but keep some variety in there. And oh yeah, she used to really like homemade pizza, right? And whenever we order out, she usually eats pizza. But she's really fallen off from the homemade pizza thing. Like I love making my own pizza because you can make it so much better than a restaurant, because you can just put whatever you want on there and you can prepare the dough however you want it, right? So I love making my own pizza. But she used to as well, and she's actually the one that got me started making my own pizza, but she kind of fell off the wagon on that one. And it's because, like, okay, making your own pizza, you do have to prepare a lot of ingredients, right? There is a lot of prep work to making your own pizza, but I love doing that. But yeah, kind of fell. She's fallen out of favor with homemade pizza. But like, homemade pizza is a great way to inject variety, since you can put literally anything on a pizza, right? You can use any kind of sauce. You can mess around with the dough. You know, you can put whatever toppings you want on, whatever cheeses you want on. Like, pizza is great for variety. But yeah, she doesn't really like the pizza as much now. Yeah, like the thing is, fish. Like, well, fish, like, here's the funny thing. I didn't used to like fish. Like, again, I used to be super picky, right? I used to be super picky. If it wasn't cheeseburgers or chicken tenders or French fries or hot dogs, if it wasn't those, I didn't like it. But you know, once I got over that, man, there's a world of flavor and texture out there, and I love fish now. I love it. Particularly, and it's mainly because it's the cheapest kind of fish you can get here, but it's also the most flavorful to me. I love pangasius, which is like, it's a type of, like, it's like a catfish shark, I think. So it's a catfish shark, but I love the taste. I absolutely love the flavor, and it's a fairly large fish too, so you get good cuts for breading it, and, you know, making like a fish schnitzel. Yeah, mussel, which I think I have actually had mussel once. I am kind of remembering it, and I wasn't a huge fan of it. I will admit, when it comes to fish or shrimp, I am still a little picky in that I don't, like, I will totally eat just like an oven cooked fish or whatever, right? Like, or just a skillet fried fish. I'll eat it. But I will admit, I prefer my seafood to be breaded, right? Like, I like making a fish schnitzel. Like, to me, that tastes better than chicken. But I do kind of still have a preference for, you know, battered fried fish and shrimp and all that. I'll admit it. Still got that. Yeah, for me, like, breaded fish is the best. I love it. I make my own fish sticks out of pangasius. Like, I have and will eat it just skillet fried, or skillet fried, oven cooked. I will eat it in other forms, and I still like it, but it's... Yeah, I like it breaded. At the very least, when I bread things, I do as light of a breading as possible, so it's not as bad as it could be. And I don't let it linger in the oil either. But that's just, yeah, that's a old habit I can't shake. Some habits die hard. And at the very least, I got away from, deep frying things. Like, like when you skillet cook like a schnitzel in oil, that's not deep frying. That is not deep frying. It's a similar effect, but it's much less oil soaking into the food. I at least got away from that kind of thing. Like when I make fries or potato wedges, I only like I rub oil on them and then I put them in the oven, right? And honestly, I think the texture comes out better. Yeah, I've at least gotten away from the deep fry. Oh, okay, I don't get like the full fish with all the stuff on it. So like when I get pangasius, it's well, I mean, the only fish you're gonna get here is frozen fish, right? Like you ain't gonna get any fresh fish here. We're way too far away from water for that. But like yeah, you're gonna get frozen fish, and the cheapest way to get fish is as just already cut fillets, basically. So like they're already like fillets of fish, right? So really all I have to do is bread it then. You know, prepare it. I just have to prepare it, but it's already in the correct form. Yeah, see, that's the thing, you know, like, yeah, you're really only gonna get fish in that kind of form here. Like, you can get the more full ones, but they cost a ton. Like, there's some fish that it's like, man, for one single fish, it's like 25 to 30 euros, and like, no, man, I might like fish, but I don't like fish that much, right? So most of the fish you're gonna get, for practical purposes, it's gonna be like an already cut fillet of fish frozen in a bag, right? Yeah. There's like I think it was like a lot of the like kind of, God, I'm trying to think of the translation. I know the German word, but I'm not sure that like Seelachs, but it's like, what is that bass? Is that trout? Is that man, I'm blanking on the English word for that. Like, I know what I mean, but I'm not sure. But yeah, like but a lot of fish of that type, yeah, they cost that much. Yeah, man, you can't even get a bag of frozen fillets here for that price. Like when I buy like 4 frozen, now you get 4, right? But you get like a bag of 4 frozen pangasius fillets. It's still like $7 to $8, you know. And again, like I think pangasius it's considered a fish that most people don't like because it's a catfish, right? It's a catfish. People generally don't like the taste of catfish. So, yeah. But if you want like a proper fish, no, oh boy, that's, yeah. You're going well over 20 euros per fish on that. See, that's why I like my catfish, because nobody else likes catfish, so it's cheap. But yeah, that's the struggles. I mean, what I really wish I could get is crab. Like the only form that you can really get crab here is like you can buy canned minced crab meat from like Indonesia, right? You can do that, but you can't get like you can't get like, you know, parts or whole frozen, like not even frozen. You can't get just crab here, and I really miss crab. Like crab meat's pretty good. And again, where I came from, it was a region very heavy on crab consumption. We liked our crabs, and I was never huge on crab. But see, now I miss it, right? Now I miss it. Yeah, like, so, you know, where I came from back in Virginia, like, literally the whole thing, like, Virginia is all about crabbing. Like, there's a crab season, right? And that Chesapeake Bay crab seasoning. Like, man, yeah, like back home, like every, you know, like every crabbing season, you just go into town and there'd be like tents. There'd be tents with people like boiling crabs and seasoning them and just serving them fresh, right? Like fresh caught. And super cheap too. You know, just get a whole sack to take home. But yeah, here you like, yeah, here the best meat I can get is canned Indonesian minced crab, right? It's not even a tasty crab. And good morning, VGFX. I'm just lamenting about food. Food and the prices thereof. As I grind away, as I slowly grind away here, in really the worst place to grind, but you know, I got it all to myself, right? Yeah, and yeah, like pretty much when I bought like some canned meat, some canned crab, it, like, I'll be honest, like for all I know it could have been chicken, right? like it like you barely got any crab flavor. And I like, look, okay, look, I'll admit it, right? While I would like full crab parts and all that, I will admit, like my fish, like my shrimp, I like breaded crab, so crab cakes, like even though I wasn't huge on crab back in the day, I loved crab cakes. And they're just not the same with mystery crab meat. They're just not the same. But also, on calling back home, I haven't called home in a long time, mostly because scheduling, right? But you know, that and, well, calling in quotes, I would Skype. Every now and then I'd like Skype or do like a video call over Facebook, right? But I pretty much just keep up with family through Facebook, since they're all on there, right? So as you do. So I just kind of keep up, message, post some things about daily life, that kind of stuff. But yeah, calling, it's always inconvenient to schedule that. But I will admit, like, I never really had super strong, like, need to be around family urges. You know, I was never big on that, so it's okay. It's okay for me. Though I will say, like, the last time I sort of, like, yeah, I think I already said, but the last time that I just didn't get in contact with anyone for a couple months, like, I did get in contact, right? I got in contact and everything, but a little while after that, we got a delayed piece of mail in the mailbox here, and it was, you know, like a handwritten piece of mail, and it was just like seeing if we're okay and everything, like if everything's all right. Like I tend to, and it is partially like a, you know, it's an attention problem thing. Object permanence is hard, so I tend to just completely forget about keeping in contact, right? So, which also, to anyone that tries to get a hold of me and maybe I'm just gone, right? Like it's just that I literally completely forget about staying in contact. It's literally just that. Not dead. Attention problems. But yeah, my family has never really been the type to constantly, like, you know, keep in touch. Like, every now and then, like, yeah, they want to make sure you're not dead, right? But otherwise, they were never really the type to constantly bug one another. I think the main reason that they really worry now is because, well, I am in a different country and everything, and, well, I guess they turn on the news, and, you know, geography is hard, so they're not sure if the Russians have dropped bombs on me or something in Germany, right? Like, so they gotta make sure I'm okay every now and then. Look, geography's hard, okay? It's hard. It's almost as hard as math. Oh man, that poutine guy. He's got all the fries. Oh god. Oh my god. I did not know they can do that. I did not know that's a thing they can do. Ooh. Ooh, man. 1,091 points of damage. So oh man, so that could have just taken me out, right? Oh, I gotta be more careful in here. I guess when they get low, HP, maybe I should back off. I guess it's a good thing I didn't go into that fight with, you know, with less than full health. Well, now I know. Now I goddamn know. There are so many enemies that have like really big AoE attacks now. That's something I've noticed with the higher level enemies. Like I'd say like from level, I don't know, from like level 60 up, a lot of enemies have super strong AoEs. Like even if you're way higher level than them, they still hit like a truck. Well, yeah, Vexus, it's just that kind of thing. It's, you know, it is a bit of a symptom of having, you know, being somewhere on the whole attention deficit spectrum and all that. It's somewhere on there. I struggle really bad with it. Like, I'm pretty sure, again, I can't wait till my November appointment to get all this sorted out. But like I'm pretty sure I got it real bad, because yeah, I can literally just totally forget about like keeping in contact with someone for like up to a year, right? And then after a year I might remember, oh god, I never sent that message back last year. Yeah, that's the kind of thing, like, yeah, again, it's good that I don't have a family that constantly wants to stay in touch, but yeah, if I miss out for a few months, that's when the messages start coming. That's when the physical letters start coming. But I have it pretty bad. Okay, have you ever had one of these moments, because both me and the wife, which she's already properly medicated, she got on it much sooner than I did, but, like, we both have had this issue where, okay, let's say you, okay, you want to make coffee, right? And your coffee mug. So like the coffee machine here, it's separate from the kitchen. It's a little ways away from it where we eat, like next to our dining table. So my coffee mug will be in the kitchen, and okay, I want to make a coffee, so I need to get my coffee mug from the kitchen, take it to the machine. So what I'll do is I'll get up from my PC, I'll go over to the kitchen, and then I'll see, oh, there's a plate out. I'll just put that away real quick. Then I walk back to my PC, I sit down. Wait, coffee, right. Okay, go back. And then I notice like, oh, the oven's a little dirty. I'll just clean that up real quick, do that, and then go back to the PC. It's like, shit, coffee. I've literally been stuck in a cycle like that up to 5 times, just going back and forth and doing a thing. Like, you notice a thing, you do it, and then you just completely forget what you were doing and go like you're a goddamn sim, right? You're a sim with the free will broken. Like, I've had those moments a couple of times. That's how you know you have the ADHD real bad. my pathfinding's broken. Oh no. Oh, I forgot to call my pet back, and oh, he's bio-2ing me. Man. Bio-2. That's an intense damage one, right? It's 5 points. Man. I'd say you might want to think about the attention issues, because, like, yeah, you know, letting things stack up is, you know, that does happen, right? And that is also a bit of a symptom of it, like when you kind of... So, yeah. But if you ever, like, you do a thing, you want to do one thing, but then you do something else, and you kind of, like, the previous thing in the stack kind of clears from your memory, right? Like, that's, yeah. Oh, VG effects. Yeah, I'm in Romave. Just, I mean, I don't really have a goal for today. I was in a party briefly, but it fell apart. I don't know. I thought I wanted to mix it up and not just stay in the Boyata tree forever. So I thought I'd try killing things here. The loot kind of sucks here, but the EXP is fine, and that's what I was going for. I'm trying to get my first merit point. I really want that first merit point. I'm more than halfway there. And I'm halfway into my level, so I don't, you know, I feel like, yeah, I can die a few times and I'll be fine. I'll get more EXP later, but I want a merit point. That's what I want. And I just have my flag up for whatever. But I do wonder if there is anything that I could fight in Romave that would have a little better loot. I guess the dolls, right? But man, they fucking explode. I gotta be careful with those. Also, I need a real crafter to come along and help me with a crafting question. That's what I need. Ooh. We look thing up. Let's see. What do we got here? So it's a notorious monster. 77 to 80. Ooh. So, yeah, that's one I'd need some help with, but so it drops the yin yang robe. What's the yin yang robe? So it's a summoner only robe. Increases avatar enmity, that's nice. Blood pact ability delay -5. That's pretty good. And ooh, and it adds refresh too. Man, that is a good robe right there. That's a very good robe. If I ever take Summoner up to level 71 or higher, then that would be something I'd want to look into. Yeah, like that looks like a very worthwhile robe. Alright, so I know these things melt down, but okay, I know they do it now. I assume they only do it when they're low on health, though, right? Like, I'd assume it's a low health thing. So I'm gonna take the precaution that when they're low on health, I'll kind of back off until they do a skill. And like, I'll only go in when I know I have a few moments where they aren't gonna do anything, right? So I assume it's a low health thing. No, I'm not sure how low health. I assume they wouldn't explode when they're only at half, right? Okay, so he did an ability, which means he won't do another ability for at least a little while. Oh, also, I do have a decent axe and shield now, like just as a backup, and I've kind of been alternating on them. One thing I did after the stream yesterday is I just went and I leveled up my weapon skills. So, like, both my scythe and my axe they're at maxed out combat skill, and so between that and having a decent axe, which I went with the martial axe as when I want to use an axe, I like the TP bonus on it, and it's a little faster. And then I went with, I got a shield that does, let's see, yeah, it has attack +5, so it gives me a little extra offense. But I've kind of been alternating between using that and my scythe, and I don't know. I kind of, it's one of those things where sometimes my scythe does more damage, sometimes my axe does more damage, but I still feel like it's an whatever thing. But at least now I have comparable weapons, like they're kind of on the same tier. I'll fight this one, there's less of them over here. But I will say, with my weapon skill properly leveled up, like Rampage actually does some decent damage. I guess especially with that TP bonus, right? Like, my Rampage regularly hits for about 500 to 600 damage, which is, yeah, that is a little more than my Vorpal Scythe usually hits for. I think the most I've gotten out of a Rampage was like high 800s. So it's still less than my Vorpal Scythe's maximum. I guess that's kind of the thing. I feel like the way, at least for me, like my scythe kind of, on average, it goes a little lower, but then sometimes it bursts for way more, and it, yeah, to me, I still, the only conclusion that I can come to is that it really doesn't matter. That's the only conclusion I can come to. But aesthetically, I love my golden scythe. Aesthetically, that's the winner for me. Now, if there's some kind of golden axe that I like the martial axe, but if there's like a gold axe, like kind of similar to this, I would totally get it and waste an inventory slot on it, just so that I could have like a cool look, right? Like I'd use a lock style, right? I would lock style it. I think that is one of my problems with axe, is that for me, when I think axe, I think, I guess, a more like savage warrior look, right? And I guess maybe that is what Beastmaster's supposed to be. But, like... I mean, you look at, like, sort of the style that I've chosen for my character, and, it doesn't really fit with that, right? Oh, the rune axe. That one, that's the real expensive one, right? Because, like, when I was looking for axes, right, like, I wanted to get an axe that was comparable to my scythe, right? And, yeah, the martial axe is what I settled on cost-wise, but, yeah, there's a lot of good axes that, god damn, they are expensive. Just so expensive. Also, I feel like it might wanna melt down on me, right? So I should back up. Ooh, gravity field. Yeah, so yeah, man, there were axes that were like over 3 million gil, and oh no. No, no, no. Not for me. I'd say, look, if I play this game, if I play this game and this character for long enough, then I guess eventually I'll go for everything, right? But for now and for the foreseeable future, yeah, the martial axe is pretty much the best I'm gonna do for the foreseeable future. You know, kind of like I know that there's like the Scarecrow scythe, right? Like there's better scythes I could use. This one this is actually a very non-ideal scythe, especially because, you know, I'm not a citizen of Bastok. But yeah, like I know I'm probably not gonna get the Scarecrow scythe for a very, very long time, right? You have to kill like an NM up in Sky, right? And I assume that's gonna be something that I won't be able to do for quite some time, or I need help with it, right? But I am content to hit a certain point where I feel like, okay, I'm good for right now. Like I did good for now. Ooh, a scythe from Ifrit's Cauldron. I wonder, is there like a listing? Is there a listing of scythes that I could get, right? Because on the auction house, the choices for scythes on the auction house are incredibly limited when it comes to non-Dark Knights. Like most of the auction house scythes they're for Dark Knights, right? So, if I want a better scythe, I pretty much have to go with something that can't be traded. And I don't even, like, I don't even know what my options might be. So, okay. Alright, let me see. Let me see if I can find it then. Like, I do a quick search on it. So, like, okay, Ifrit's Cauldron, and then see what, so what can you kill in there, right? I'd assume the notorious monsters. It'd be one of those, I would guess. So Ascension. Ooh. Ah, I see it on here. And oh, hold up, getting a phone call real quick. 1 sec. Oh, okay. That was a quick one, just the wife calling, because I put on a list of things just for her to grab on the way back that we needed some cheese to go on our sandwiches and more bread, and that was pretty much it. But it's like, oh, she just opened a cheese. It's like, oh, I thought. But what if we all eat cheese all the time? There won't be enough to go around. I have that problem. Okay. So let's see. So the enemy. Ooh, I like the enemy that it drops from is it's the Tarrasque. So it's a spawned NM, which I haven't really encountered much of that. But it's only 72 to 74, so it's I mean, I've soloed level 75 NMs. I feel like I might be able to pull that off. So let's see, the Tarrasque. Doesn't say how much health it has. So you trade a rattling egg to the question mark. Okay. Killable by 6 level 68 players, so I might need help, but I don't know. I think I could pull it off, right? Where do you get rattling eggs from? So rattling eggs are also rare and EX. What are they? Okay, they drop from ash lizards, 73 to 76. I could solo those. I've soloed level 76 Goobos, so I guess I could do that. Alright, but what is the Ascension? What's the actual axe? Or, not axe, but, scythe. So, let's see. So, it's Warrior, Dark Knight, BST. So, my scythe does oh, that's actually lower damage than mine. So, like, my scythe does 83 damage, 480 delay. That's 79 damage, 480 delay. It does have an additional... Oh no, it's only versus undead. It's versus undead. Yeah, that one... I think that one would be a little worse than what I have, actually. I mean, it's level 67 though, so I don't know. At level 67, like if I was synced down, I'd usually be using the Demon Slicer. So it'd be more damage than that if I was, if I was to sync down. But the additional damage effect only seems to kick in on undead, so I wouldn't get a whole lot of use out of that. Unfortunate. Alright, I just want to line this up so I can get behind it. I think the Scarecrow scythe, like that might just kind of be my best bet, right? Might be my best option, I don't know. But, so, okay, like, the NM for that, though, it's, like, you spawn it in. That reminds me of another spawned-in NM that I need. So, the Carbuncle Mitts, right? I would... Oh god, Meltdown! Shit, he still hit me with it. God damn. I should have just straight ran away. Then I might have been alright, but... Yeah, I gotta watch out about that Meltdown. That could, like, that might kill me one of these days. But it does have a long wind-up, so I'd say, I'd say that, like, if I notice it and I just straight run away, like, if I am ready to straight run away, I think I should be fine. It's just I was a little slow on it. I wasn't anticipating it. But I think I have to be ready to run pretty much all the time. But yeah, so like the thing you need to kill for the Carbuncle Mitts, you know what? Because I am curious about it. Should maybe look that up real quick. Let's see, so FF11, Carbuncle Mitts. So it's in the Temple of Ugalepi, right? but I guess what I'm not sure on is what level the enemy is. So, carbuncle mitts. Let's see. So you need to kill... Where's the thing? So the crimson-toothed pawberry. It's level 70. Which, level 70, that says to me that I could kill it just fine. Huh. So, I mean, it's a tonberry, but, like, I've fought plenty tonberries. I know how that works. Okay, so wait, oh, alright, it has, so it will summon... So apparently it'll summon something, and it can astral flow, which isn't great. So I might want help on that. I think just looking at it, I could maybe solo it, but it also, it could get really rough, so... But the carbuncle mitts is a 100% drop chance. Like, you will get it. So, I would like that. Now, what do you need to actually spawn it in, though? There's a thing you have to trade in an offering to the question marks in a certain room. Let's see. And you need the prelate key, which... Is that an item I would already have? Because I've been through the temple before, right? Okay, no, it's a key. Okay, so it is a key that drops from enemies. Alright, but the enemies are easy to fight, so... Okay, so getting a key would be easy. Then it's just a matter of getting the offering, which, where does that come from? Ah, okay, so in the side rooms, there'll be question marks you can click on, and you might get an offering out of that. Okay. Huh. So, okay, so the tonberry that you gotta kill in order to get the, the carbuncle mitts, I feel like if I had another high-level character to help me out, I could probably do it no issue, probably. Man, I want those mitts. I really want those mitts. Like, I know my summoner's only level 8, but, well, I would play summoner if I had those carbuncle mitts. I did see before, like, someone was, they were just yelling for, yeah, like, for people to do the NM with. I should really, maybe I'll do that, or take someone up on the offer when they're doing it. But I guess I'd want to make sure that I have all the items first, right? Like, I'd want to make sure I have the key to open the door. I would want to have the offering ready to go, because apparently there can be a bit of a respawn on it. So I'd want to make sure I have everything ready to go. But otherwise, like, nah, I feel like it's very doable, and I would like those mitts. I know better now. I'm getting my health up to full before I do anything here. There's a question mark there. Huh. I do kind of feel like I'm at the point in the game now where, yeah, like, I wanna try to go after certain items, maybe. Not even because like they're the best or anything, but just there's certain items I would love to have, right? So I want to try and go for them. I wasn't sure if my pet was resting or not. Also, just a fun little aside here, because a lot of people yesterday I was maybe over panicking, right, about the you know, the petrifying pear, right? I guess it is one of those things where, let's say I want to do something, and I need party members, I need help, so I'm getting together a party to do the thing. Like, I will see now everyone's life is in my hands, right? And now the pressure is on. Now I'm thinking like, oh god, man, if I fuck this up and get everyone killed, that's all on me. Like, even if something goes wrong that isn't like on my end, right? It's just like, oh no, it's all my fault. Oh, okay, that wasn't the meltdown. All the party members that die, they're just, you know, their ghosts will haunt me. They'll just be hovering over my head, you know, you killed me! And I don't know, the pressure, right? The pressure. So that's why I try to prepare as best I can, and I try to really like, okay, let's 110% this, right? Let's like, okay, no, you know, like keep on the edge, A game. Even if it's something that isn't overly hard, it's just I don't want the failure hanging over me. That is most certainly some form of anxiety. I am very sure. Yeah, no, Petrifying Pear was great. Like that was my first kind of run-in with the whole BCNM system, and I really liked it. Like I love that the treasure chest at the end. You know, the loot might not be good. You know, you might not get the things you want. You might not get the good stuff. But I like that you always get a nice box full of just goodies, right? Interesting goodies. So I will say I'd definitely be down to do that some more. And I guess I do want to get the boots, right? I'm really just happy that someone that needed the boots got them. Like, I'm happy someone came out with those boots. But I guess I'd also like to try some of the other fights and, you know, see what kind of goodies we can get. So Ken will try to ready to back out if he melts down. So just like, hold up, just camera pointed so that when I run, it's just straight in reverse. I am a little paranoid that meltdown will be the end of me, but it's fine. Oh, okay, that's not the one. That's not the one. But he's not dead yet, so he might still try and pull it before he dies. I think we'll be okay. I don't think he'll melt down in the last HP. Yeah, there we go. How's my limit points going? How's them going? I mean, I'm up to almost 6,500, so just like 3,500 to go. I'm so close to that first merit point, which I guess I have to decide what exactly I want to do with that merit point. I'm kind of thinking, I don't know, I would like to reduce the recast on my ready command. That would be a pretty nice use of it, but I guess I also want something that is gonna help me out just in the game, right? Especially since I am sort of prepping up to play other classes and level up other things, right? I feel like going for critical hits, right? Going for increased criticals. I feel like that's a good start. Oh my god! I just cranked out over 600 damage with one triple hit. Because they all criticaled. That's what I mean when I say that, like, the scythe's damage, and I don't even have my meat myth kebab on. Like, if I had that on, I would have done even more. But that's what I meant when I say, like, the scythe. You know, on the average, it maybe underperforms, but then every now and then it just goes nuts. The damage just the red damage line just shoots straight up into the sky. Like that. Look at that. I did it. I just triple hit twice in one fight, critical hitting every single attack. That's what I mean when I say, like, the scythe. When you get lucky, when the numbers roll good, scythe is just, it's obscene, the damage. But you do have to get a little bit lucky, that's the thing. But you get lucky in a way that you just, like, even when you get good hits with the axe, right? Like, my equivalent axe, even when I get good hits with that, even when I critical hit a lot, I'd be doing like half the damage. But I guess the axe makes up for it with its rampage. Like, yeah, like rampage tends to deal a lot of damage, so that's kind of the balancer. But I don't know. I think I like the playstyle of using a weapon and a sub-job combo that like it's not necessarily so much about sustained high damage, but it's more about bursting, right? It's about getting those big lucky bursts frequently. I think I generally prefer that playstyle, right? Like it feels a little better to me. So again, oh wait, what am I doing? I don't want to sneak attack from this angle. There we go. Okay, I was a little slow on the uptake on that one. And you know, speaking of being slow, so, like, I don't know. Today I kind of, it's probably because I didn't sleep as long or as good as I wanted to yesterday. So I'm a little sluggish today, shall we say. Oh. Cool attack. I like the animations. I love all the combat animations on these guys. Perfect animations they got. Alright, I'm ready if he melts down. I'm ready. I'm ready to run straight away. It wasn't meltdown, but yeah. Gravity field. Yay, slow. Okay, I will say that you feel the effects of being slowed a lot more with a two-hander. I mean, it's all relative, right? Like, if you get, if you get slowed by a certain percentage, it's, you're slowed by the same amount relative, no matter what you're using, but you feel it more with a two-hander. Looks like the doll enemy hasn't respawned yet. Yeah, I got 12 wind crystals. That's nice. The loot in here is generally pretty bad, but wind crystals, they do sell okay. So I'll take my wind crystals. I'll take them. I probably shouldn't fight in the middle of the. I shouldn't fight out in the middle of the room, though. That's probably a bad idea. Well, I assume that's someone, like, on their way up into the sky. I assume. How many people are actually in this particular area? Because other than people just passing through, I don't really see anyone. Wow. 17. Okay. I guess, do people party up in here? I've never been invited to a party in this area, so I don't know. Like that many. Again, I assume that, like, okay, maybe a few are passing through, but like yeah, I guess that camping, because it did seem like a fairly tough one. Also, here's something I wanted to ask. Since I'm 75 now, and I don't know any veteran players out there, but like I can join in for dynamics, right? So, like, outside of link shells, since I'm not in a link shell anymore, because I think they just quit. There was almost no one in there, and no one was talking, so I just dropped out. But, like, I guess, how do you go about getting into a Dynamis party? How does one go about that? Oh, also the wife is home, so good timing. I'll need to take a second, and I want to get in a spot where I'm not at threat of death, right? So I'll just back up so I don't get meltdowned. But I think my pet is fine. I think my pet's got this covered. He's got this. But I don't think any of the weapons come over into this corner. We'll see. We'll see if I just die. So, 1 sec, be right back. Oh, alright, I'm back. I knew everything would be okay. I knew it would all be fine. Alright. And apparently there's a cheesy bread that was just in the car for a day. I can have it if I want it. Oh hey, the raiders come. But so I guess yeah, I was kind of wondering if like if Dynamis is set up on Discord or something, or how people do it on this server, but I guess I need a Dynamis link shell that that does things at a sane hour for me, right? EU times. Because yeah, I can't stay up super late. But I would like to try Dynamis. Like I'd like to see what it's all about. Oh man, everybody just coming in here. I'm just kind of chilling and trying to get my very first merit point. I'm getting there. The ramble is strong, very strong. We love rambling here. What else you gonna do while you grind? But yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I'll find Dynamis fun, but I would like to try it out. So I don't know how to go about getting into a Dynamis link shell that does it during EU times. I don't know how to get in on that. Well, I mean, it's not. I always wonder, oh man, why people show up. But hey, if you're having fun, great. I welcome people coming by. It's great. I'm not much going on, so you know. Oh, let me just. There we go. Just. Oh, that didn't work out for me. That didn't work out. Oh, come on. You couldn't switch to the pet before laying down a bio too. Man. They always like to get that bio 2 in before they switch targets to me. Just make sure I can't resist. But all right, have a good nap. I'm just other than grinding. Well, like okay, so there was a cheesy bread in the car that was sitting there for a while apparently. Yeah, it still feels soft-ish though, so like.
For a while.
Yeah.
Would be a couple days. It's been there since yesterday.
Yeah, so I guess that would be a good lunch, I guess. The wife's got cake, I think, pastry, something. I'm not sure what it is. Oh, she made no noise. Oh, the cat got something. I'll have to clean that up after, oh god.
We're gonna clean it up now. There's blood and guts on the...
Oh. Oh, alright. Well, let me just make sure that won't get me killed, and we'll, alright, a quick AFK then. Alright, I'm in a corner, everything's fine, so, alright. Quick AFK, pop the message up. There we go. So, I know perfect timing as you all just show up, but cat problems. Alright, cat problems.
Well, if you had cleaned it up before I came home, you wouldn't have had to clean it up now.
She usually comes in squealing loudly, announcing that she brought something in. But not this time. Not this time. So, yeah. Okay, we're all good. I think this is a safe corner. So, one sec, I'll try not to die. So, BRB. Alright, and I'm back. Wasn't too hard to clean up. Like, yeah, our cat loves to just murder things right in the floor. Just make a mess, but generally she comes in, like, really loud when she does that. But stealth run this time. Also, Donut, which I'm just gonna, that's your name now. Just Donut. I mean, I don't know, like, it's around lunchtime. Although, I don't know, I may or may not grab that, may or not bite into it. I'm not hungry yet. I had a good breakfast. Did I tell okay, my pet is currently resting, so I'll give that a moment. And, my health, yeah, it wasn't gone that long, so my health could use a rest up too. I ended up doing BCNMs yesterday. We did Petrifying Pear a few times, and the boots dropped, but for someone else that needed it. Like, I'm happy somebody got them. I may try and do that fight again sometime to try to get the boots, because I don't need them right now, but I might need them in the future. So, but I'd like to try some other BCNMs too. Like, that's kind of how I feel about doing stuff like that. I love doing things as a group, but if there's some rare thing, even if I want it, as long as somebody gets it, I'm happy. That's like, okay, we had a good successful run, right? No matter what, someone got the thing. That's all that matters. Well, like, even, okay, like, you know, I'm not the type to camp, right? Like, I don't camp in this game, mostly because there are 101 things that could happen that would pull me away from the PC for a while. That's why I consider myself a very casual player, because I could just have to up and leave at any moment, right? And imagine camping something for like 6 hours and then, oh, household emergency, and someone else grabs the NM, right? But I will say, having killed a few NMs just coincidentally, because they were in my path, and getting nothing, yeah, I am happy just somebody gets something, right? I always hope it's worth something to someone. I guess I have much worse luck on being kind of called away and then missing the thing, right? I got bad luck on that. Well, there's Berserk, so if he melts down now, that'll be a big meltdown, right? Like, I didn't even know these guys could melt down, and then, oh yeah, I got slammed with like 1,050 damage. Good thing I was at full health, but now I'm a little paranoid, you could say. I'm always just ready to turn around and run. Like, yeah, I see him doing anything, it's like I just start running, right? The gravity field ain't great either, but it's no meltdown. But I think if I see it, like, if I just start running the moment I see him doing anything, I think I can escape a meltdown. I think. But, oh, hey, wait. While there's all these people here, there is actually something that I wanted to ask, if there's any veteran crafters out there. I asked earlier, but no one could really help with it. But it's a big one, because I want to go up another craft. I'm still just 56 cooking. I need to cap that off, but I wanted to go up alchemy as well. And I don't know, does anybody know how it works when you have a craft that is the same recipe, right? Same exact recipe and materials, but it uses two different crafts. I was looking at the dried marjoram recipe for alchemy, because I figure that'd be the cheapest and easiest to get to 5, right? But it's like 5 alchemy, 13 cooking. Like, does that... So like, okay, if it's 5 alchemy, 13 cooking, will I get alchemy skill ups when I craft that? Or, like, what does the recipe count as, right? Does it skill up both? I mean, you know, if... Okay, so it will work, right? Okay, so you'll get skill ups, okay. Alright, see, that's what I was unclear on, because I wasn't sure if it, like, counted as a cooking recipe rather than an alchemy one, or how the skill ups would go, so... Alright, I mean, my choices to 5, I was looking at either, you know, making beeswax or making dried marjoram. The beeswax I would certainly use later on, but if I'm just looking at cost effectiveness and being cheap, I think the marjoram would be the cheaper craft to do. I didn't know you, so, huh, okay. That, there might be instances where that could work out very beneficially, but very good to know, very good to know. I may consider it, but I like scythes better. Straight up, I like scythes better. I have an axe, I do. I have a martial axe and a shield, but I am a slash thief all the way. I love it. I love the gameplay of it, and for slash thief with a dexterity build, I critical hit like a motherfucker, and with a scythe, the damage is stupid sometimes. And I've tested it, I've field tested it. I do good damage with either weapon. It doesn't matter too much either way. Like, the axe generally does a little more damage consistently, but then the scythe will just go nuts and do stupid damage sometimes, so it evens out to me. That's my findings in my limited just field testing. But I like the feel of the scythe a lot better. I like the feel so much better. And scythe isn't C-, it's B. Like, I have 240 scythe skill. It's not... Scythe also gets better... It gets better bonuses from strength and dexterity. Like, it's more 1-to-1, at least with dex. So, again, I've field tested it. Sometimes I do more with scythe, sometimes more with axe. It doesn't really matter for how I play the game as a very casual player who's not fighting like plus 50 or what, I don't know, however high it goes, right? For fighting enemies that are within 5 levels of me, my accuracy is pretty much perfect no matter what. My damage... It's about the same no matter what. For my purposes, it doesn't matter. That's like, to everybody who wants to push axes on me, I hear ya, and if I have to use them for like, if I get into something really high level, yeah, I'll switch to the axe because it does have more accuracy. I understand that. But, for everything else, it doesn't really, like, I've tested it, it doesn't matter. I actually do more damage with my scythe in most groups that I'm in. It's just a playstyle thing. I also don't slash ninja though, so, you know. I don't know, it's just, I can be a little defensive about that one, but it's because people get really pushy about certain things in this game, and I'll push right back. I'm generally chill, but I will push right back. Also, I love the look. Right? Like, I like the look I got going on, and that gold scythe fits perfectly. It's exactly what I want. But right now, I'm not even using food, right? Like, I'm not even using some cheap-ass meat myth kebabs. Like, I am in super chill mode right now. Now, if I pop a meat myth kebab though, like then I start doing the stupid damage. That's when like Vorpal Scythe starts hitting for like 1,000, and I critical 3 times in a row on a triple hit, and well, now I'm tanking, but you know. Yeah, it's about having fun. Though, yeah, like I think they boosted some weapon skills up on this server, right? Because like, you know, saying Scythe is C-, it's like it's B on this server, or B-. Like it's I think they buffed up some of the alternate weapons a bit to make them more viable, I think. I'd prefer if it was a little higher, but you know, it's fine, right? It's fine. Yeah, so on retail it's probably C-, but I looked it up, and here, like per the Horizon wiki at least, it's like it's in the B range, so it's not so bad. It's not so great of a difference. Like my general findings, like as I've just been grinding here and earlier, I just sort of lazily swap between my scythe and my axe, and I'd say they're both equivalent. Neither one are good, right? I'm using relatively cheap weapons, but relative to each other, they're comparable. If anything, my axe is actually a little better than my scythe, but even so, the damage is... It kind of yo-yos between which one is better or not, and it's always situational too. So I kind of think, yeah, for most of my purposes, it just doesn't matter. I know people love to think it matters all the time, always, but not really. I think there's a lot, like, there are certainly situations in this game where a particular setup, both of equipment and sub-job and all that, a very particular setup is a good idea. But then there are also situations where it doesn't matter. And for right now, I'm in the don't matter part. Actually, wait, I'd assume Scythe counts as like a slashing type of damage, right? I would assume. Because the way you Scythe is like you're cutting across the enemies, right? You're not poking them with the tip of the scythe. So I can get the damage type. But then again, I've played a lot of, you know, wait, how does... I'm not sure how, like, rapiers count here. Do they count as piercing? Because in a lot of games, they'll count rapiers as slashing damage. Like, a lot of other fantasy RPGs will do that, but, like, that's not how you use a rapier. Alright, just pull this guy back a little bit. Just don't want to bump into any weapons. Though I will stand right here so I can run away if he melts down. Wait. So it's piercing for auto but not weapon skill. Huh. And well, I guess yeah, like if you were using a real scythe, I don't know. I guess it depends. I'm not sure. You know what? I'm not sure how does one use a scythe? Really, I assume that it's kind of like a swinging motion, you know, like cutting wheat down and all that, right? Or is that more of a sickle? Or is that the same thing? Oh man, I don't know anything. Then I learned that I know nothing. Oh, okay. I was getting ready to run. Thought it might have been a meltdown. I am a little paranoid now. I mean, yeah, you know, that tends to happen when you get hit for nearly your full health bar in one hit, right? Makes one a little paranoid. Hmm. Huh. Huh. Also, on real quick on rapiers and such, man, I do want to level up red mage, but I know that in a party, I wouldn't get to use my melee like I want to, and I don't want to just solo red mage to 75, right? And hey there, Lily. Ahoy. Just kind of lazily grinding today. No big plans. If something comes, I have my party flag up, and I should be checking the Yell chat more often. I really should. Look, I can barely keep up with my own chat. I'm trying, but I'm also like, okay, Yell chat, what's going on the website? I gotta remember to pop it open. Nothing I'm really needing. Okay. Well, yeah, like, look, anything /BST, although I have heard good things for soloing certain, like, fights, right? For soloing certain NMs and or, like, BCNMs. I've heard good things about Red Mage /Ninja. I've heard good things. So that might be a fun thing to do. But otherwise it would, to play the way that I want to play, I'd essentially have to solo, and then I'm just playing a Beastmaster that's better at casting spells. So not ideal. Yeah, I generally find leveling up to be just kind of the chill grind. I enjoy it. I will admit I like playing this game in a group. I will never pass down a group if you're, as long as you're not doing weird things like pet burns. I'm not great with that. That feels exploited to me. But anything else, like, oh hey, I'm always down to group up. But there is a certain zen to solo grinding. And it doesn't even matter how fast you're grinding out levels, but just getting into it, right? Just killing along, slow and steady, watching that EXP bar go up just tiny ticks at a time. It's nice. Except for and then the enemy does meltdown and takes out, it takes out almost all of your health in one hit, right? then it gets a little less chill. Like the very first meltdown on me, like, yeah, it almost one-shotted me, and it caught me completely off guard. Yeah, that's something about this game, and I feel like any good game, it should be something you have to think about. But there are certainly moments in this game where even if you can do that big damage, right, you don't want to. I think for classes like Black Mage, that's like extra true. But even melees can, melees, rangers, they can run into this problem too. I mean, hell, I run into that problem when I lay down a big scythe attack. But there can be moments where, yeah, if you deal that big damage, you are now the tank, and like the paladin or ninja or whatever just can't get the aggro off of you, right? I have seen instances where even a provoke couldn't save someone. So yeah, you hit moments like that, and it's like, yeah, you have to control yourself a little bit, right? Tone it down, calm down. Which is I think that's a concept that for a lot of people who just have played lots of games, That's kind of hard to think about, right? That I gotta, like, no, I can't just spam big black magic spells over and over forever. Like, no, I can't just do that, right? Oh yeah, no, that's what I mean. Like, that's what often happens when I use my scythe. Like, I triple hit and critical a big weapon skill like Vorpal Scythe, and you know, then you just pump out 1,000 damage. See, that's why I'm a slash thief, because whenever I'm about to do a weapon skill, I always put a trick attack on it. So it's not me that's got to worry about that aggro. Someone's gonna have a problem. Ain't gonna be me. I at least do try to trick attack on people who can take it, you know, or just straight up onto the tank. I think the great thing about having Thief as my sub, though, is that I don't, like, look, I don't have to worry about sneak attack, trick attack. I do the two things separately, right? So I don't have to worry about positioning. I just have to be behind someone, but they don't have to also be behind the enemy. Ooh, another big attack. And it missed. Good thing they have kind of bad accuracy. Also, I'm getting lots of vials of mercury. Now, I know that as an alchemist, like when I get into that, I can craft that. I would assume you need that for other things. Oh, also, this Illuminink is not stackable. I did not realize that. But, I'm thinking if I should hold on to these hold on to the mercury I get, right? Might want to do that. Also, ooh, nice! 50 stacks of moat carp. I might start, like, I said I wanted to do it when I hit fishing 100, but I think I might want to work on collecting moat carp for Liu Shang's. I might want to work on it before 100, because there is a lot of fish you can get along the way that you kind of need Liu Shang's for. But I don't know, we'll see. I really want to catch all the moat carp or forest carp. I want to catch them myself. I don't want to buy them to get my Liu Shang's. It's a ritual, all right? It is a ritual process. It's about the process, not the outcome. Yeah, see, I you know, that's the thing, right? Like, I'm at fishing 71, I think. Did I hit 72? I think I'm still 71. Let me check. No, I did hit 72. Okay. I mean, I'm just going on gobies still, but yeah, I'm seeing more and more fish that if I want to catch them, I'm gonna need Liu Shang's, right? So I am feeling the pressure to start working towards that. Oh yeah, I always forget, but like the fish you can catch, it does kind of depend on your rod, in addition to your bait. I always forget that. But it's mainly for things like, well, the goal, right? Black souls. Just chilling in Juneau, catching black souls. So they're a small fish, but they can break the halcyon rod, right? Or they can snap the line, at least, I think. So I'd need a Liu Shang's for that. But I don't know, we'll see. We'll see. There are lots of fish that I can catch that the rods I have will work just fine. It's just they don't stack. Like the large fish I think I can go for and they'll be fine with the composite rod, but they don't stack, so actually skilling up on that might take a while, right? Because I'd have to run back to some place to sell the items. Yeah, I guess. And, well, okay, so the fish that are a little too small for the composite rod, but they won't break anything on that. I mean, you can still catch them. You can still do it. So I guess, I don't know. Yeah, I guess I'll put it off. But the ritual of getting Liu Shang's on my own, not buying anything, I still want that experience, no matter what. And I would pop a meat myth kebab here, because it would really up my damage a lot with this scythe, but the loot here is really bad. Like these ominous weapons and stuff, they don't drop anything. They drop nothing. And the dolls, okay, well they drop a little bit, but not much, and there's not that many dolls to fight, so like I'm not making any money here. I'd only be losing it if I start eating food. Ah, okay, Roland Berry. I was kind of thinking, like, yeah, so you can fish up either moat carp or forest carp. Like, what is the best place to fish that, I guess? And I'm not really sure, since there are a lot of places you can go. I have not gotten a single doll shard yet. Not one. Lots of Illuminink, which doesn't stack. I hope this Illuminink sells for something. I hope it sells good. I have no idea. Also, hey there, Jimmy. Been a while. Ah, okay. Huh. So, like, all right. I'll try around like the Sea Serpent Grotto. I'll try around there, but yeah, the main thing is having the pool not run out. That's something I run into a lot, right? So I guess an area where the fishing pool is not likely to deplete, that's what I want to go for. Ooh, wow! Wait, Lily, you already collected all the... You tasted the rainbow already. Like, that took me a long time. Like, that took me quite a while to get all the weather effects. Man. I guess I'm just horribly unlucky. Alright, so I guess the Rolandberry ponds, I'll hit those up sometime, but I'm thinking, yeah, at least start making progress towards Liu Shang's. I think the reason why, like, I wanted to wait till 100 is because you know that feeling of, okay, you want to catch all the moat carp and everything, you want to get Liu Shang's, but at the same time, you sort of realize you could be catching a different fish and getting EXP from that and leveling up, and you're kind of sidetracking, right? So like, I hate that feeling. And I know what you could say, right? Well, you could just fish the higher level fish and then sell it and then buy more moat carp with it. I know, but I don't know, that wouldn't feel as authentic, right? It wouldn't, like, I know it's kind of the same principle. You're fishing one way or the other, but like, it wouldn't feel as honorable, all right? I don't know. I don't know when I became a Klingon about fishing, but you know what I mean. Oh, nice, man. Man, on the weather effects, Lily, you got really lucky. You got lucky on that. Good luck with the avatars. Oh no, accursed Liu Shangs. Look, I just imagine all the moat carp. They just get condensed into one crystal mass, and then, you know, that gets synthesized into Liu Shang. So it's just the souls of 10,000 screaming fish in your rod. Ooh, nice, nice. Alright, I mean, I'd be down. Like, I would be down to try to solo, like, an avatar fight. I think my fame, that's the thing, I'd have to make sure my fame is good enough. But, yeah, I'd be down to try soloing it. You get other goodies, though, from the Prime fights. Like, the Prime avatars, I don't know what all you can get, but I know that each one, they each have, like, a set of, you know, avatar-themed gear and items that you can get, right? Some neat stuff, even if it's purely for the cosmetic of it, right? So that interests me. And I guess also I could just get my own avatars that way, but no, I will earn mine doing the mini avatar fights. Alright, I like the mini avatar fights. I wanna do that. So for my own, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna go that route. I'm gonna suffer. Because it's what I want. I feel like that's the path I take, right? I take the path of suffering almost every time in this game. Because that's what I want. I need it. You don't understand. Yeah, so like in Era, I did actually play Summoner a little bit, and I did try the avatar fights. I will admit, the only avatar that I managed to beat back in the day was Shiva. I remember I got Shiva, and that was the only one I got. So I was a Shiva summoner. But yeah, I love the mini avatar fights. They're just so much fun. Good old Garuda. Oh man, I got typhooned. Well, better not get meltdowned too. So how I feel like I gotta be close to getting that merit point. I gotta be close. I'll check after this fight while I'm tending my wounds. Nope, there's a good triple hit. Alright, let me rest up and take a look at my merits and see, I gotta be close, right? I feel close. Not as close as I thought. Not as close as I thought. But I don't know, it's about 2,400 away. That's not so bad. I burned through my EXP rings already, just getting normal EXP. And well, I think the problem, Lily, okay, someone correct me if I'm wrong, but I think once you get the avatar, like from a Prime fight, I don't think you can do the mini avatar fight anymore, right? Like I think you can only do the Prime if you start with that. I could be wrong about that, but yeah. I could be wrong, I'm not sure. It's just, I've never tried to do the Prime first and then the mini fight, but I feel like, because you can only do the mini fight one time, right? It's a one-time thing. And you only do it to get the avatar, so I'd assume if you already have the avatar, I would assume that would flag you as having done it. But don't quote me, I don't know. I never tried to do it in reverse order. But if it does work that way, like if that is in fact how it works, I'd say, okay, you can only do it one time successfully. But, well, yeah, you can only do it one time successfully. But, like, if you already have the avatar from a prime fight, can you still do the mini fight? I think that's the very specific question there. And that I don't know, because I never tried it. Because, like, technically at that point you would have done the fight, right? Wait, okay, you can't, so you can still, alright, so you can still do the mini fight even if you got the avatar from the prime, if I'm understanding it correctly. So in that case, then I guess don't be afraid about it. Like, if it worked the way that I thought it worked, then I'd say, like, oh, not the mini. Okay, not the mini then. Then, ooh, I don't know. So, okay, here's what I'd say. Maybe try, like... so, okay, the avatars, most of their abilities... like, most of the abilities that you're actually gonna get from them, they are level... like, they're over level 20, right? So, I mean, you know, you could just, like, wait to get the... Carbuncle is fine, you know, up to 20. So you could wait and do them, and then try it out, try to beat one, but just, you know, do the one and then just get all the others from prime fights, or something like that. Yeah, the mini fights are like 4 fame, which is still up there, but the prime fights are 6 fame. You have to have really high fame to do the prime fights. That's why I'm, especially with Windurst, I feel like I'm good to go for Sandoria and Bastok and their related areas. I feel like I'm good to go for that. But when it comes to Windurst and Kazam and, oh yeah, Norg, I'm actually not sure if I have 6 Norg fame or not. I might not have that. So yeah, I might actually have to work on my fame. The problem is I work on my Sandy and Bastok fame all the time. Like in the Boyata tree, I'm getting moss all over the place, and every stack I collect, I go right back to Selbina and I turn them in for more fame. But Windurst and Norg, I don't my fame is lacking on those. Yeah, the thing is, Lily, most of the Avatar's abilities, like most of their abilities, which, it's the buffs. They have good offense abilities too, but the buffs are the main thing that you want, and most of those buffs don't come until sort of the mid-levels and higher. Like, for the first 20 levels, I'm not even sure you'd have any buffs from the Avatars you could use. Maybe, but I'm not sure. But for combat, like if you're fighting with your avatar, the other avatars, they cost more MP to keep out. So Carbuncle is actually the most practical avatar to just keep out and fight. Like, Carbuncle is your go-to summon for combat, just because he's cheaper to keep out. So it's not a big deal to not have all the avatars by 20. And I got to admit, like, I've never gotten Fenrir. Like, that's the big one. Like, I'm not even sure how you go about getting him, but that one's a little over my head. I think for Fenrir, don't you have to? I think you have to beat all the prime fights at least once, at least. Because like there's other items you can get, and I think one of those items kind of leads to Fenrir. I think, but I'm not sure exactly how that works. I mean, there is like a whole other quest to do, but I know there's some prerequisite to that, and if I remember right, that part of that is doing the prime fights. But yeah, I've never gotten Fenrir, so I couldn't tell you. But mainly, I just, you know, the thing is, the mini avatar fights they are an experience, right? They're like, it's basically a BCNM, right? But it's one you have to solo, and it's one where in a straight fight you'll lose. Like you gotta be a little crafty, and you gotta be on top of things. So it's just a fun experience. And a challenging one at that. Very challenging. So it's one of those things I wouldn't want, like, you know, to rob yourself from at least being able to try it at least once, right? Oh, okay, so the items are for the evoker ring. I guess I always thought that had something to do with Fenrir, but okay. Getting all mixed up. Ugh, how many inks have I got? So this Illumin ink, it doesn't stack, so it's just really taking up space. I hope it's worth something, either on the auction house or to just vendor trash it. Like, I hope these aren't just junk items that I'm filling up my inventory with. I mean, I guess, yeah, Ramu is pretty decent, but the main thing is that Carbuncle is he's the cheapest one to actually keep out, you know? So, like, if you're kind of extended time keeping your pet out, like, the big avatars will just eat your MP pool. That's kind of the thing. But yeah, also, when you hit level 11, look, I don't know how it is here, but I've played Summoner on other servers and back in retail, and generally speaking, like, when you get to level 11 or so, and you start partying up in the dunes, generally people would invite me as a summoner slash white mage. They were inviting me to either be the main healer or to be, like, the secondary healer, right? Basically a cure bot. They wanted a cure bot with tons of MP, and summoner slash white mage is really good at that. Yeah, there isn't much damage to be done with Carby early on, but he is consistent. That's kind of the thing. He's consistent. He's easier to keep out fighting. So yeah. And I mean, I don't know, his poison nails, especially here, they're not that bad, I don't think. But yeah, again, I'm not sure how it is on this server, but I've played Summoner up to, yeah, I got Summoner up to like level 51, enough to use a staff on Eden. And pretty much every party that I joined, I was basically just I was the great value white mage, right? Whenever I was a summoner. Generic store brand white mage. So, yeah, I don't know how it is here, but if it's like that, yeah, your avatar's up to level 20 where they don't have many buffs, or any, I don't think, it won't really matter. Oh man, the Mayor of True Village, the knockoff White Mage. Mage of True Village. I guess Ifrit's Punch might be good. I guess I don't know how it is here. That's the thing. On other servers, like on other servers I played on, the summons, they're honestly a little lackluster all around. Like on Eden, none of the avatars really hit all that hard or did too much. Like they all felt more or less the same. So maybe it's a little better here. I mean, I'd hope it's a little better here, because yeah, Summoner always disappointed me on Eden. But at the end of the day, you know, play it how you want to play it. It's just, yeah, I would keep the possibility open to do at least one of the mini avatar fights, at least once. It is a fun experience, and a fun challenge, so, you know. Keep at least one of them open, I guess. Though, I will say, I did the mini fights on Eden, and man, on that server, I don't know if it's the same here, but when I did Garuda, I got so lucky that she just did the full heal move over and over. Just healing up again and again, and I just sort of ran out of MP. Just couldn't go any further. But I hope that was just a fluke. And I hope it works better here. Uh-oh, I got an ominous weapon on me. Now, hold up, my HP is damn low now. Oh god. But I have to get closer so that it can roll climb. There we go. There we go. Oh, man, I'm Dia'd, so I can't... Like, if he does Meltdown, I'm just dead, so... Hold up. I got a macro to equip my reward set. And I want to keep my pet fighting. Let's just get close enough to do that. There we go. Alright, keep him in the battle. Keep him in there. And switch back to my damage set. Okay. Yeah, bit of an unexpected challenger enters the arena there. I mean, yeah, look, they are everywhere, so... Yeah, again, that's why I want to do the mini avatar fights, Lily. Yeah, I guess I could solo them, the prime fights, as a Beastmaster, but the back and forth as a summoner, because that's the thing. The mini avatar fights are, they are tailor-made fights for summoners. It is a fight built specifically for a level 20 summoner using only Carbuncle. So with that, you have to use everything at your disposal to make it work, right? Oh, man, he's cranking his AoE out a lot. Definitely need to get my HP back after that one. Dia. Dia. Do I want to look at how many points I have to go? It is chugging along, right? 1,900 to go. It's getting there. I really wish I had my EXP ring still. I'd make this go a lot quicker, but I used it up on the party earlier. some of that went into my merits. So, some of it went there. But resting up, taking a quick swig of water. Gotta hydrate. So I didn't have any like specific plans here. I wanted to get 1 merit point. I'd be really happy to get a merit point. Probably put it into some more critical rate. Why not? Like when you only got 1 point, it's like, well, drop in the bucket, right? I love the Dia effect so much. It's like it doesn't really hurt you all that much, but it lasts a good long time, and it just makes sure that you can't sit down. Right? It just keeps you from sitting down. Great. I mean, at least with a bio too, at least I'm gonna be hurting from it, right? Like, okay, yeah, I get it. I get it. Deep poison, right? Dia just feels like an annoyance. Like, no, you did that just so I can't sit down for 3 minutes. You knew what you did. Oh, no, Beastmaster White Mage with Dia. Yeah, that's good. That's fine. That works out. I love doing Dia. I don't like getting it. Though I think, look, for honestly at this point, for both soloing and for groups, I'm kind of Slash Thief all the way. I love Slash Thief. I love the gameplay of it. Like, I don't, again, I can go either way on axes or scythes. I favor scythes, but that's up in the air to me. But like, man, Slash Thief, that is my playstyle. I think really it's that Pilferer's Earring, right? That Pilferer's Earring, that changed my life. And I feel sad whenever I'm not a Slash Thief and I don't get the effect. I don't like that. It doesn't feel good. Oh, okay, I'm getting ready. Every time I see it do anything, I'm just ready for a meltdown. There's nothing to steal, right? I don't think you can steal anything from the dull enemies. I don't think. Oh my god! First doll shard. I believe, right? I don't think I've gotten any more. Yeah, I have been here killing things for a while now. And that's the first doll shard I've ever gotten. I think it's like a whole 2,000 gil, right? Yay. I didn't look it up, but I am kind of curious what the drop rate on those doll shards is, because I feel like it's lower than the drop rate on the dolls in Delkfoot's Tower. Hold up a second. Let me just search that up. So let's see, we're fighting. We're fighting in Romave, the Cursed Puppets. So the drop rate on doll shards, at least according to the primary wiki, which is usually fairly accurate, 8.7%. And the Illuminink, that's 27.2. That feels very accurate. I've got a ton of this stuff, but 8.7 really? Like with Treasure Hunter 1, I got a little better, right? That feels way too high for only having one so far. That feels a little high for how many I've gotten. Uh-oh, Cure 4. We'll have none of that. I think that's the first time I've ever seen one of them try to heal itself, too. Like, that's also the first time they've even tried to heal. But okay, now I feel like the doll shard drops here are significantly worse than lower level doll enemies. So these are 65 to 69, their level, and 8.7% drop chance. Okay, what about like the Chaos Idols in Lower Delkfoot's Tower? They're the lowest level doll enemies in the game. They're only 28 to 30. What's the chance? Less. Now, that doesn't feel right. Because I have gotten doll shards killing them before, but maybe I was killing a different one. There's two other types of dolls in Delkfoot's. Yeah, here we go, the Panzer dolls. They have a 10.3% drop chance. Okay, so the other dolls have a slightly higher drop chance. Again, it's another one of those weird situations where the higher level enemy has the worst drop rate. Why? I don't know. No idea. But, oh. You know, while we were discussing summoner things, we discussed it a little earlier, but I think that was kind of before people started popping in, right? Before the raiders came in the good times. So Carbuncle Mitts. Now, see, I just have a passing interest in Summoner on this server. Like, I'd like to go Summoner and get it up to 20 to do the mini fights. I think it would be fun for the stream, and I love the challenge. But I'm not sure I'd really commit to it, right? But I mean, hey, especially if Lily is going up Summoner, if she wants to go higher with that, I'm not sure if I can solo the enemy that drops the Carbuncle Mitts, but it's 100% drop chance, and it's a triggered enemy. Like, you get the items, and you put it on the thing, and you spawn the encounter, right? So, sounds easy to me. But it is a Tonberry, and you know, those can get rough. It's a Summoner Tonberry, so that can get rough. Probably might need some help on that. Meltdown, 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 run away, run away. Straight away. Oh my god, the range on that. The range on that. Like, I ran so far. But 1,135 damage. I am gonna get killed fighting these things, aren't I? Yeah. Man, look at that. Dropped me down to 72 hit points. It's a good thing I didn't take any damage during the fight, huh? So that's the most damage I've seen from a meltdown so far. I do wonder if that could just outright one-shot me with 1,200 HP. It's getting dangerously close, huh? Well, yeah, now I need to take a moment, so... So, okay, Right, so, yeah, the enemy for the Carbuncle Mitts, you can spawn it, so you don't have to camp anything. It is I'd assume it'd be a tough fight, but it's only level 70, so I have the level advantage. I don't know if I can solo it or not, but maybe with at least one other person helping, it would be a very guaranteed thing. And yeah. Maints, which, did they pop out an announcement yet? If they did, I missed it. They usually announce it in game too. But if maintenance comes, well, I mean, I don't know, it's only 3 here. I usually start up dinner around like 5. So yeah, but there will still be an hour. I don't know. Well, I guess, you know, server goes down, what can you do? But for my stream, like, I still have, like, I'll have an hour after that, right? So, I don't know, we could check out some City of Heroes, my other favorite MMO. or hang over to Turtle WoW or something like that. We got other ancient MMO servers to go to. So yeah, but again, it's fine. We'll figure out a plan when we get there. I'm just hoping I can get my merit point by then. But yeah, as I was kind of thinking, real quick. So if I maybe had some help to guarantee that we can do it, because the Temple of Ugalepi, that place can get nasty. All right, things can get nasty in there. So, like, even as a 75. But I don't know, we could try and work together and kill the Carbuncle Mitts enemy. I mean, I want the Mitts, but again, it's not as big a deal for me. But we could try to get it for Lily if she wants to really go down Summoner. Because them Mitts, I mean, it's half perpetuation cost on Carbuncle. So he can just be your little summon buddy all the time. It's a good item to have. You know, even if you don't always use Carbuncle, but when you do, it's good to have those mittens. And it's also just one of those items that I've never even seen it, right? So I'd like to go for it. But mainly, what's attractive about that enemy is it's not something you have to camp. Like, it's not something you have to camp. That's the good thing. Like, you get an item, and you put it on a thing, and it just spawns the NM, and it's a 100% drop chance on the mittens. So, no RNG, no camping for 6 hours, none of that. So, it seems like a good but semi-difficult thing to do. The mittens themselves are, I believe they're just level 20, which, that means you could use them in the mini avatar fights. That would actually make them a lot easier. That'd make the mini avatar fights a lot easier if you had those mittens. I never had the mittens doing the fight, but, you know, having the cost of Carbuncle, since he's the only avatar you can use, yeah, that'd be good. They also give MP too. The mittens don't just boost Carbuncle. They also give you some MP. So they're good mage mitts, right? If you're gonna be a healer. But okay, we'll try. We'll try and figure something out at some point. We'll try and get some people together and go for those mittens at some point. There's some prerequisites that have to be done. You need to get like an offering, which spawns. There is a spawn timer on that. So, like, I'll try to, on my own time, I'll try to go out of my way and grab an offering. So that's like, you need an offering and a key to get to the area. And both things I can get to pretty easily, so I'll try to get the prerequisite items ahead of time and just be ready to go. And then it would just be a matter of getting one other person at least to help out to do it. But I'll do the legwork beforehand. The only thing is that the temple is really, really goddamn dangerous because Tonberries have attacks that completely bypass any like health or defense you might have. Like when they throat stab you, it's based on your aggro. So, like between me and the pet, if the pet has like, 90% of the aggro, it gets throat stabbed for 90% of its health, which can be like, that can be like 3,000, 4,000 damage in one hit. The same thing for everyone's grudge, right? Like everyone's grudge is just the more Tonberries you kill, the more damage it deals. And that never goes away unless you do a quest for it. So you kill like 1,000, let's say you're just farming Tonberries. You kill 1,000 Tonberries, well now everyone's grudge does something stupid like 5,000, or I think people have said it can do into the tens of thousands of damage. Like then you get everyone's grudged for 50,000 points of damage. You're just so dead your children die too. Your whole family lineage just drops dead. I love mechanics like that. I absolutely love stuff like that. No, it's a little more complex than that. I've done the quest. You have to trade a gold beast coin to a guy in Nord, and then he'll give you a key item that lets you open a secret passage in the Temple of Ugalepi, which is, by the way, not in a safe area. There are high-level tonberries wandering around that area. But you go there, and then you pay a certain amount of gil to clear your hate. I think the amount of gil you have to pay caps off at about 6,000. So, like, you'll never have to pay more than 6,000 gil. But yeah. It's one of those things where if, like, especially for the Zalart missions, one of the things you should do is clear your Tonberry hate before you get into any of the, you know, the big fights. Because if you don't, then, yeah, you might get just destroyed. Like, you will be destroyed. No way around that. Yeah, God, the thing is, I let my Tonberry hate get a little out of hand. Like, everyone's grudge was doing about, when I cleared it, it was doing almost 4,000 points of damage to me. Well, not to me, to my pet. Also, I'm just gonna back off from this fight, because, you know, apparently Meltdown has a huge AoE, right? I'm over 25 away. I can't really get much further away than this, right? Like, this is as far away as I can get. Look, I just don't want to get Meltdowned, all right? It's almost dead. The pet's got this. He can handle it. Actually, is there anywhere that you can see the exact range of Meltdown, like on a wiki? I am curious to know the actual range of Meltdown. Okay, he's not doing it. He's not doing it. True. Yeah, a Meltdown should be big. Alright, so let the pet rest up, and yeah, okay, while he's resting up, let me just check real quick and see, like, yeah, what is the range of Meltdown? Let me see if that's anywhere. Well, okay, now, first wiki I checked says it's only a 15 radius. I feel like it was more than that when yeah, maybe latency, right? Maybe a little bit of latency, maybe I was a little slow on it. I feel like I was 15 away, but maybe I wasn't. So, okay, I guess if I'm just careful and I run in and out of combat, I think I'll be okay. I think. I don't know, I just want to kill these things because they drop all this ink, and I feel like it's gotta be worth something, right? Well, my pet's still resting, so you know what? Let's look that up real quick. Alright, FF11, Illuminink. So is that worth anything? So it's not stackable. It's not used in any synthesis. What's it for then? It's used in a quest, Divine Might. So apparently you have to have done Zalart Mission 14 already. Huh. This looks like a complex one. Or is this part of a Zalart mission? Huh. I don't know, but I guess I don't need it right now. Resale price cannot be sold to NPCs. So wait a second. So you're telling me that my inventory has been completely filled up with an item that I can't even vendor trash it. Am I understanding correctly there? Huh. Alright. I guess the bazaar, right? Yeah, I guess bazaar. I'd have to see how much... Hey, there's a website for that, right? So, okay, I'll look into it. I mean, it doesn't seem to be very hard to get this stuff. Like, it's dropping like candy, so it doesn't seem like it's a hard thing to get, right? Ah, I see. Okay, so Divine Might is the, like, that's the very end of Zilart. Okay. So that's a little ways away from me, then. I wonder, when I run... Ah, yeah, I guess it does actually take a while. So this is 15 away. It does actually take a while to get 15 away from an enemy. That is actually a little tricky. So I guess I sort of have to just be not only ready to run, but I can't be in melee range all the time, or I might get unlucky, I guess. Yeah, so if I don't have to be in melee range, and he might throw out a weapon skill, I guess I should stay away, right? I mean, yeah, I fought magic pots up in the sky, and it's kind of the same deal. If you don't have to be in melee range, kind of stay out of it. Oh man, hey there, Ferret. Oh, fellow human. Alright, so telling the pet to rest. But it's a nice day, just getting that little bit of grind in, waiting for the servers to hit maintenance. Oh, true. I don't have Flea macroed. Because, you know, it's not... Flea isn't really something that I would normally... The thing is, you do need a second, though. You need a second for Flea to activate, in which you're just kind of held in place, right? So, I don't know. I guess I don't really know that I would be able to realize it's happening, hit the Flea macro, and run away. That also might not quite work out. I don't know. I kind of think just dipping in and out of combat, like there is a general pattern to when enemies will attack. Like they have to build TP, right? So if they just fired off a skill, it's gonna be at least a few seconds until they do another one. So you can be in melee range and you can get some hits in. Like, you can do some damage and then back out after a few seconds. So I think that's the way I'll play it, just very carefully. Again, when I fight magic pots, that's also how I fight them. Just dipping in and out of melee range, because I know they can lay down massive AoE damage. Though I am wondering if there's anything I could... Like, I'm wondering if there's anything I could equip just to mitigate against meltdown. Like, does that count as fire damage? Is it magic damage? I'm not sure. But, like, maybe some kind of, you know, I could get some accessories or something that would boost up my resistance to something. Maybe that'd help. I mean, elementals have always, on this server, at least as far as I know, I've only been here a few months, but, like, it's always been pretty slow to fight elementals. Like all physical attacks, even the pet attacks, are pretty weak. Pretty weak versus elementals. Like, they do more. They do much more damage than they otherwise would, but it's still very low ball damage. Alright, let's see. Where am I at for my points? Oh, it's going so slow. To be fair, I'd probably kill things faster if I wasn't fighting these, you know, these enemies that can melt down. Probably would go a little bit faster, huh? Also, while I'm on... I was just gonna peek over on the website, and yeah, like, I can check people's bazaars here, right? Is anyone bizarring this Illuminink? Did I spell that right? Illuminink. Yeah, no one is bizarring them. Like, literally no one. Huh. Okay, so... And you can't auction house these things, right? Like, I'm pretty sure you can't auction the Illuminink. So you can't bazaar it, you can't auction it. Then it's just... When I'm done here, I'll just delete all of them. That's unfortunate. Very unfortunate. Like, I get that it's a quest thing, right? It is a quest item. However, I don't know, I feel like quest items, especially ones that are just dropping all the time and they're non-stackable, I feel like they should have some value, right? Okay, so it's one of those things, right? Yeah, so I don't understand why the drop rate is as high as it is if you only need one ever. Like, to me, that kind of... Yeah, you get what I mean, right? Like, if you're gonna have a quest item that drops fairly commonly, I don't know, let me sell it, right? Let me at least vendor trash it so I feel like I haven't just wasted my time putting it in my inventory, right? Do one more hit and then back out of combat, because yeah, I guess he could melt down now, right? Oh, look at that! Triple hit to... Okay, alright, see, he's doing weapon skills. And it takes him a while to build his TP back up, so while he's building... At least I'm getting Beastmen seals. At least. Which, wait, how many am I sitting on now in my inventory? 13 Beastmen, 16 Kindred. I assume the Kindred seal named monsters, I assume they're a little tougher than the standard. Well, they're higher level, right? Well, they're definitely higher level, but I assume they're maybe more complicated or hard, too. I'd assume. I don't know, I feel like the higher level would be harder, but then again, there's some pretty challenging low-level fights in this game. I thought the Kindred Seal ones, I thought they would all just be like over level 50, right? I thought. Oh wait, no, hold up. I'm looking at some things here, and maybe not. Huh. Well, yeah, you start getting Kindred Seals at level 50 plus, so that's why I assumed that they're all level 50 plus fights, right? Like, to match that, I would assume. Though I'm just, now I'm curious. Have a quick perusal of a wiki. Wait. So yeah, okay. I'm looking. I have like the same classic version of the game wiki that. Like, I have it open. It's the same one I was looking at for just the seal fights. So there's the Atropus Orb, the Clotho Orb, Lacarus, Temis. I think that one. Well, that needs 99 seals. But it looks like the way that this is listed, it's listed as no level restriction. Now, it's listed as no level restriction. There's different amounts of seals you need, but what's the, like, what level are the enemies, I guess? Let me just look at one, like, I don't know, Infernal Swarm. Or no, wait, that might be one that's not here. Belga Days. Moa Constrictors, that should be in the game right now. So 2 giant Moas, level question mark. Okay, well that doesn't help. That doesn't help me. So yeah, they're not level restricted, but what is, like, yeah, what level are they? Like, what level are the enemies? That's a little unclear, at least by the wiki I was looking at. Like, I'd assume it's something that you can't just, you know, steamroll into, right? I would hope, anyway. I'd hope it's something that will be a challenge always. Oh, also, I guess take my party flag down, because it's, you know, if the server's going down for maintenance in a while, then I you know, guess it's a little too late for that. Well, I think that's true of a lot of the, you know, the BCNMs too, right? People know how to beat them, so, like, I mean, we did kind of see someone solo one of the BCNMs while we were doing Petrifying Pair. We saw someone solo a different one. So I assume general knowledge helps, right? But I guess it's just what, yeah, what level are the enemies in the Kindred Seal fights? Okay, so the 99 seal ones are for alliances, and then the others are... Okay. But it is level 75 enemies, okay. And it is for a party, that's good. Like, I would like to join in on some of that sometime, but I'm kind of dipping my toes in slowly, because yeah, I do worry that you know, I'm gonna either ruin everything or get everyone killed somehow. So I'm trying to, like, slowly ease into this kind of thing, right? Like, do more of the fights, get a feel for how they go, get a feel for strategies, right? Different strategies and ways you can handle these. Also, I have less than 1,200 health, so I don't wanna get meltdown. So I'm waiting for him to do something. Like, I'm not getting in there till he does something. But otherwise, I want to stay well back. Okay, he's just doing Typhoon. All right, then get in there. That's good enough for me. All right, and he'll go down quick enough. And I guess I don't need to. I can just sit back now. I mean, again, Scythe is just a preference thing for me, and it's also just... It's kind of how you build. Like, I pretty much, whether I'm solo or in a party, for most things, I use /thief, and Scythe gets a lot of benefit from triple hit. Like, having a very high critical rate, and, well, high crit rate, high dex, and triple hitting a lot, like, it benefits from that a little more than the axe does. So like, that's me and how I play, that's my preference, it works for me, and, you know, but you could use whatever weapon you want there. And axe is of course the standard, if you do like the standard /ninja thing. But I don't really like /ninja, so for me, like, I do have an axe too. I got the martial axe, which it's actually a better axe than my scythe. I need a better scythe. But like even at this level, the damage it's variable. Sometimes the axe wins, sometimes the scythe wins. Depends on my luck with criticals and triples, but like, yeah. Yeah, well, especially for soloing, one of the main reasons you'd use axe is by having a higher weapon skill, even though the scythe does more raw damage, it's the accuracy, right? But if you're soloing, generally when I'm solo, like, I mean, you can see, I almost never miss, right? Like, the accuracy really doesn't matter when you're solo, so then it's just use whatever weapon you want. But, like, I didn't start using scythes for a while, use them whenever, but I found that I got the most out of my scythe once I hit level 60, because then I can triple attack, and that's when scythe really got fun. But I keep all of my gear. Yeah, I started with the Demon Slicer, and it's a really good scythe. Now I know that additional damage effects are, you know, they don't kick in very often, right? The Demon Slicer, it's kind of the exception to that. The additional darkness damage actually kicks in fairly frequently. So for a level 55 weapon, it's very nice. Like, everyone I've talked to that's tried the Demon Slicer, they also agree that the additional dark damage, it kicks in much more frequently than other weapons. So that's a very nice little damage boost there. Good scythe at 55. I'd say that's a good time to jump into scythes if you want to. Like the one that I'm using now, in a way it's kind of worse, but it has higher raw damage, so that's why I use it, and it looks good. I like the gold-plated scythe, right? What I'd eventually like to get is the Scarecrow scythe, and I know that'll take a while, right? But that thing has double attack on it. Like it's got double attack on it. Man, imagine triple hitting and double hitting. That's the dream right there. Just endless two-hander attacks. Alright. I guess the main thing is I don't like to come across as a scythe supremacist. I got no issue with axes, I use them too, but it's all preference for me. All preference. I think mainly my big deal is that even in parties, I don't, and for parties I just mean like EXP parties, right? Your casual grind party. I don't really like Slash Ninja. I never found that I got that much out of it. But with Slash Thief, I use that all the time. I'm managing aggro. I'm getting huge burst damage. I like it. It generally feels good. I like the gameplay, right? I love, you know, getting behind the enemy and unloading a big sneak attack. And then when I'm ready to do a weapon skill, get behind someone who can take it, preferably the tank, and just go nuts, right? Go nuts with a trick attack. Like, to me, that's just fun gameplay, so yeah. It's fun gameplay and it's good damage, too. Alright, I'm a little hurt, I'm DIA'd, so I gotta be careful, but it's okay when like, if I were to get meltdowned and be killed, yeah, I'd lose EXP, of course, but you don't lose merit points, right? Like, you don't lose merits, right? Those stick with you even if you die, right? Or at least I would hope. Yeah, I'm just making sure I can... Okay, I can get up to 20 up to 23 distance on this guy. Just making sure that that I do in fact have room to run away. Because, you know, Meltdown. Like, I have less health than I've seen Meltdown do right now. So I'm being very, very careful. I'm exercising caution right now. Alright, do something! I'm waiting for him to do anything so I can jump in there. But he's being very conservative about his skills. Oh my god, Meltdown, Meltdown, Meltdown. I am as far away as I can get. I'm 23 away. Ooh. Alright. Okay. And man, my pet only took, he only took 136 damage out of that. Man, pets are the best tanks. Oh yeah, that's actually something I never really brought up, but I have actually made a lot of use to do chains. Like so here's the thing, right? Like every Beastmaster burn party that I've ever joined, I still join with Slash Thief and a Scythe. You know, even if they were a little reluctant at first, but it generally actually speeds things up because so the only people doing weapon skills would be axe users normally, right? And they're pretty much going to all use Rampage, just Rampage. And again, Vorpal Scythe can do more damage than Rampage, if you're lucky. So damage-wise, there's no loss there. But Vorpal Scythe plus Rampage, yeah, like that leads into a pretty good chain right there. Like a pretty good chain that deals a lot of additional damage. And I have made use of that. Like I've been like the skill chain starter, right? Because otherwise they don't really have anything that'll combo together to make something productive, right? So it actually works out really good, just as a weapon to use to start a skill chain. I think that's something that people often ignore is like skill chains. Some parties are really good about it, and they want to set up skill chains, they want to fire them off and do that big extra damage. But a lot of parties that I've been in, they don't, like they just don't care about that at all. So, everybody's just doing their Rampage, and there is no additional damage happening. And you are missing out on some additional damage. You are missing out on that. Alright. I'm kind of hanging close to the out of Meltdown range. I'm just close to it. I'm ready to get out. But if he does anything that isn't Meltdown, I'm ready to jump back in and start fighting. Like, about here, right? It doesn't take that long to get out of range. So, at 10, I'm good to go. Come on, do... Oh, Typhoon. Okay, well that's not Meltdown. That's not Meltdown. That's okay. But I gotta be ready, because, yeah, he can fire Meltdown off pretty quickly, actually. Yeah, see, look at that. The amount of time between weapon skills... It's not that long. It's really not. Yeah. Like I've been in some Beastmaster burns where like you can throw in a couple other classes, but it's weird, right? Some Beastmaster burn parties, they're very funny enough. It's never the Beastmasters. It's always the and other, right? It's the summoner or the red mage. It's always the other that kind of creates problems, I find. But or like they want to be hyper specific about the party setup, often really to the party's detriment. But yeah, like I've seen other classes mix in with the Beastmasters, and it's great for skill chains. Oh hey, there we go, maintenance in 25. Well, I'm gonna try to get my merit in 25. See if I can pull that off. But yeah, so there's a lot of combos that can work. You know, there's lots of ways to do it. Oh man, can you get that cockatrice meat? Oh. Okay, so I've seen cockatrices. Those are out around Cape Terrigan, right? I think I've seen them anyway. I've actually never fought one. Like, is their loot worth something? I don't know. Look, it's very juicy meat. All right, can't deny. Ah, in Onzoza. Oh yeah, right. God, I always forget that place. I actually never knew the Labyrinth of Onzozo existed until I got invited to a Beastmaster burn party there. We also, I remember that party went around and we killed 2 of the NMs in there when they popped. But, you know, didn't get anything good. But that was, like, I've only been in that zone once. But yeah, I don't know if they have any, like, valuables, right? I think the problem is in this game, I get caught in that loop, right? Where you find something that works, and you just do that. And then you don't really, you know, you don't really expand from there. Like, hey, the Boyata tree, that place is good loot, good EXP, and then I just live in the Boyata tree. Alright, I become a cookie elf, and I just live in a big tree. But there's other places to go, right? There's other things to do. And that's why I'm out here trying this out. Now the EXP is fine, but the loot is trash, but it is okay for EXP. But you know, like, just expand that bubble, right? Try things out. Also, I don't know, the pet's about to die, and, you know, the server's going down not too long from now, so I think, oh, arrow too! Oh, I got hit. So, alright, I'll have my next pet ready to pull out. Maybe back off a little bit. just back up a bit. Alright, I'll, yeah, let my pet die, pop out a new one, continue the fight. Ah, okay. So you need the meat for myth kebabs. I knew it! I knew there was cockatrice meat in those things. just look at them! But anyway, yeah, I didn't know that. I want to look into how much those materials are worth, because I don't know, I'm always looking for new things I can kill, and there's like higher level ones in Cape Terrigan. So I'm always looking for new targets to kill that for both EXP and profit, right? Whatever I can find. So they're one of those. They're one of those. So frequent meat drops, but not so frequent other drops. I mean, I don't know. Like meats can be worth a lot. Hey, hair meat, right? Hair meat. But yeah, co-earls. I think co-earls are probably, and co-earls, especially if you need them for EXP. They are good. They're good money. Everything sells good, right? Like the meat sells good, and it's common. The hides sell for like 20k or more. the whiskers. I think you can get at least like 10k for the whiskers, right? Something close to that anyway. Like they're just loot piñatas. Yeah, like that's how it used to be when I was like when I was out in, you know, Sanctuary of Zeta, and killing Coeurls was kind of just my go-to for EXP. After every good EXP session, I would pretty much be going back to town with damn near like 100,000 gil in loot. Like it was really, really profitable. I kind of miss having a relatively easy enemy that I can farm for both EXP and also, you know, for money. You kind of have that with like Spiderweb in the Boyata tree. Like, yeah, you do sort of get that, but I think the problem with that is that everyone's in the Boyata tree. There is constant competition there. So like every spider in there is just camped all the time, and that really cuts into the profit there when someone else is always just running along taking the spiders. I think, you know what, since the dolls don't really drop anything I can use, I got 1 doll shard this whole time. And 3 mercury. They're terrible. So I'm gonna stick to the weapon enemies. They have some AoEs, and that's not great. But you know, they don't melt down, right? They don't do meltdown. They're easy to handle. Yeah, in the quicksand caves, like, yeah, there's, the Antikins do get a little stronger when you get kind of into the deepest parts of that. I don't know if there's any, like, kind of, like, I'm not even sure if there's any, like, 70 range, Antikins, but there's at least ones, like, I know there's ones that I can still kill for EXP even, and they drop pauldrons and stuff. But yeah, you gotta go down into the quicksand caves. Which also, man, getting around the quicksand caves must be a lot easier when you're a Galka. Like just one Galka can stand on a plate, and that's all you need to open the door. That, man, unfair. I feel like the Beastmaster pets should count for weight. Like, if I plop a sheep down on that pedestal, like, or on the platform, that should open the door. Yeah, it's like one of the rare times where I'm like, man, if only I was a Galka, right? If only I could hold that pressure plate down. And I think you actually need, like, so for most of the races you need 2, but I think Taru need more than 2. I think. And yeah, on scroll drops from enemies. That reminds me, when I first got Sky Access and I went up there. Man, I was so disappointed when I got like it was like a scroll of Thunder 3 or something like that. And I was like, oh man, rare drop from a hard enemy. Because those magic pots, they are rough. They are really rough. So I thought, oh man, this is gonna be big money. And then it's literally just worth 1,500 gil on the auction house. You can vendor trash it for 1,700. That was a big moment of disappointment right there. I still don't really understand why some spell scrolls are worth a ton and others just aren't. I don't really understand why there's such a huge value difference, you know? Kinda have to... I want to get to a semi-safe place to fight things. Like maybe back over here behind the cursed puppet. Yeah, here we go. This would be a lot more, just a nice open area, no mobs around, don't have to worry about wandering weapon aggro. And I'll check where my merit points are at. I'm hoping that I can get that one merit point before the server goes down for maintenance. I'm hoping, but I don't know. I think the problem is in here I have to rest a lot. I think that's the issue. Like that's what kind of slows it down, because the enemies in here, like all of them have AoEs. Like that Whirl of Rage right now. Like this enemy in particular, they like to spam that. So I'm always taking damage, so I have to rest a lot, and that cuts down on my... God, you gotta cure 4. After maintenance it'll pretty much be dinner time for me, so I'll have to make dinner. My schedule though is the schedule for the channel is accurate now. It wasn't accurate for a while, it was old. But it is accurate now, so you know when my streams will be. Though I will say this, I do stream other games, and I stream later in the day on the weekend. So the weekend is more just general classic gaming, doing old school XCOM now, and maybe something else. But the weekend is for other stuff, so there won't be more Final Fantasy till Monday again. Monday rolls around and it'll be back to this. I know. Maintenance is always the worst time. That's something I've learned. Not just for this game, but like whenever I remember once I wanted to switch over to City of Heroes to show that off a little bit, and welp, maintenance time. That is one thing. The maintenance is happening it's a little bit early for me to start on dinner. Like I probably still have around an hour when maintenance starts. So I don't know, maybe check something out for a little bit. Maybe pop in City of Heroes again. I really like City of Heroes. It is I would say that is my second favorite MMO next to this one for different reasons, but it's up there to me. But I do like to always put it out there that, yeah, I do play other games. I do play other games. So, yeah, when there's a maintenance and I don't have to go, then I switch over to something else, and for the weekend I always do something else, but... I don't want to get the reputation as just being a Final Fantasy XI or even just a Horizon streamer. I don't want to get that reputation. I do it a lot and I like it, and that's most of our weekdays, but other things happen too. I just don't want to get trapped on that one. I think the main thing is I really, during the weekdays, I really like to just kind of relax with what I play. Like you can't relax with XCOM, alright? Even though it's a turn-based game, you can't really relax playing old school XCOM. Every moment is tense. A lot of games that I like, they're not really relax games, you know? But this is a nice relax experience, and so for the weekdays, this works just fine for me. I like it. Man, maybe one day we'll actually beat XCOM. I think we've had the same game going for like 2 years now. We have a 2-year-long campaign. Man, how many, like, other than MMOs, how many games can you play and without doing, like, you know, like, let's say you've already beat the game and you're just hanging around, how many games can you play where it's like, yeah, you've been playing for 2 years and there's still new stuff, right? There's still more you gotta do before you can beat the game. Yeah, with XCOM, it's like you... Look, some people, right, I play on baby difficulty with old school XCOM. The new XCOM games, I can play those harder, but old school, especially because we're playing the heavily modded XCOM files, which is even harder, and there's just more stuff going on. Like, I play on baby difficulty, and even then, every moment is stress. Like, I couldn't relax playing that. I don't think I could zone out at that game. I'm not a superhuman like that. That's the one I never really got into. I tried to play XCOM Apocalypse. I really wanted to like it, but something about it just didn't play right to me, you know? It didn't play right to me. I can't even say what it was exactly. It just wasn't there. You know, controversial opinion, I didn't really like Terror from the Deep either. But I still played that through to completion. I still beat Terror from the Deep. And yeah, in the XCOM files, the underwater stuff, that's the stuff I hate the most. I don't know, I want to try to do something to speed along my my XCOM files playthrough, but I guess I would just have to play it a lot on my own time. Like, I mean a lot. To get the things I need. Alright, I want to check my merits, see where I'm at. Because servers are going down in like 7 minutes. No, not categories. We're so close, right? We're so close. If we don't stop to rest, or we do that minimally, I think I can get it. I think I can get that 1 point before the server goes down. I want my very first merit point. Hey, to be fair, it's only 10,000 experience per merit point, and I know you need multiple merit points to, you know, to get things as you go in there, but still, like 10,000 EXP a point isn't bad. It's really not. With a good party, 10,000 EXP will just fly by in no time. Oh, the old stun AoE, my favorite. Swing my weapon. There we go. It's a little slow there. Oh god, and then my camera just freaks out. The camera does not like being shoved into a wall. It does not like that. And to be fair, I don't like that either, but still. Yeah, so look, in general, I find, for weekdays, yeah, that's my chill time, and, I don't know, ancient MMOs, more so than modern ones, I find they're very relaxing to get into, whether it's this or, you know, I gotta play on Turtle WoW again. I gotta give that another shot. I maybe need to just make a whole new character, because I haven't really played there for so long. But there's something about that old school grind that just, it does me right. You know, that old school grind, the slightly slower gameplay, it just hits the right spot. Weirdly enough, even though I like City of Heroes for that same reason, technically City of Heroes is not so slow, right? Like, City of Heroes is just as grindy, but it's mean, that is actually a pretty fast-paced game compared to stuff like this. But I don't know, it still works for me. And oh yeah, since it oh, there we go. Okay, I got my merit point. Total 1. Total 1 merit point. Now, okay, so if I wanted to, could I just immediately invest that into, say, crit chance, right? Could I just do that? Let's see. Where is that? It's under other, right? Like critical hit rate. Oh, you can. Oh, I see. You can only do that in your Mog House. Okay. All right. Well, then I am thinking if I should sit on my merit points and kind of let them collect a little bit before I decide what I want. But I don't know. I want one. I want 1% more crit chance. I know I want that. All right. Let me rest up. And well, we got 3 minutes, right? We got 3 minutes, but I don't know. I guess I can't really do a whole lot more here, right? So maybe switch to that old warp cudgel, and we go back. But okay, I'll talk as I figure out what I'm gonna do. All right, since maintenance, but. We'll probably switch over to City of Heroes after. But, it got brought up one time before. And I never got into RuneScape. I never got into it. I unfortunately always looked down on RuneScape. Yeah, I was an EverQuest kid, right? I was like, I looked at RuneScape as being a worse EverQuest, but I think it's a different beast. It's a different beast entirely. So there is the classic version of the game, right? I don't know. I might want to give that a try. I don't know. I feel like RuneScape, like it or not, I think RuneScape definitely falls under a piece of MMO history, right? For me, games like, say, Ultima or EverQuest are MMO history, but I honestly think RuneScape maybe more so. It certainly wasn't the first MMO or anything, but you know, it wasn't one of the granddaddy MMOs. But I think RuneScape had a large cultural impact. I know so many people who used to play RuneScape who absolutely loved it. I think the culture impact is there, and I will admit I am curious about it. So at some point, I may want to do that some during the weekdays. It might be interesting, if nothing else. Alright, do I have anything up for sale? No, I do not. But okay, you know what? I know I want that point, right? I know I want it. So, okay, can I just invest in critical hit rate? Raise. Yes. Man, they really make you like triple confirm it. Okay. Yes, I want critical hit rate. Yes, please. Okay, so the next one will cost that'll cost 2 points. Okay. All right. And I guess in total you can have 8 points, right? See, the text on the right says max total ability increases 10, but then on the left side it says combo total maximum. So I guess you can only have 8 then, right? I guess. I take it the number on the left is more accurate. Alright, let me switch back into my proper gear. Yeah, this one. Alright, so yeah, I guess the servers are like going down now, right? Can I zone into the next, like we're treading the line right here. So okay, let's stay in here. Let's stay in here until that R0 happens. But yay, I got 1% more crit chance. As someone who builds for dexterity and crit, hopefully I'll see the effect immediately, actually. I mean, I would imagine every point would have a very fast, visible effect, right? I would imagine. Also, I'm guessing that, like, things are gonna R0 out, I would guess, when the day rolls over, right? That's probably when it'll happen. Maybe sooner, I don't know. Let's see what happens. I'm just looking at those numbers, waiting for it to zero out. It's always weird being there, like, right at the, you know, right at the edge, right? Right when it's going down, and you're just waiting for the hammer. You're just waiting for it. So, okay, I guess, yeah, I still do have a little bit of time, not a lot. But I don't know. It's either Turtle WoW or City of Heroes. I could go either way for something to play other than this. While, you know, since we can't, right? Literally can't. I don't know. With Turtle WoW, I literally don't know what I'm doing. I literally don't know how to play the game. Really, I stopped playing it for months, and then I don't even know how my own character works anymore. I'd have to start that one over again. I'd have to start that over. But with City of Heroes, I know how to play. I know how my character works. I can navigate City of Heroes, even though I haven't played it in a little while. I've been bad about that. We were kind of splitting our time and doing like half and half Final Fantasy and City of Heroes. We were doing that for a while, but yeah, now I think it's better to stick to one game per stream unless circumstances don't allow for that, like today. So I don't know. With no waiting on the decision, with no with no other input on it, I'm leaning to City of Heroes as just a let's mess around with a different ancient MMO for a little bit. And then everybody gets the hell out. Oh, the R0, is it coming? I feel it. It should be here, right? Like, where's the R0? I'm still in. I am waiting for it, but it's taking its time. I always like to leave on an R0. Okay, I wonder if the areas go down out of order. Like, I always just assumed... Oh, there we go, there's my R0. Yeah, I always just assumed that, like, the whole server goes down all at once, but I think the way they're set up, that, like, individual areas are maybe managed kind of on individual servers, so I do wonder if there's kind of a staggered... Like, they're staggered taking them down. That would kind of explain how you get R0'd first, right? It's an R0 wave. That concept fascinates me. Yeah. Alright, so yeah, we're R0ing. Alright, so we can't play anymore for right now. Also, thanks. It's my wizard name, alright? It's my D&D wizard name. I kind of intended to play my character here as like a mage of some sort, but then I don't know, I really like Beastmaster, so I stopped maging. So now the name doesn't quite fit. But you know where I do have my wizard in City of Heroes. So yeah, we can't, we're getting booted from the server. So if anyone is still up for it, I do have a little bit to the stream today. So hey, if you want to check out another ancient MMO, let's go to Homecoming. So COH Homecoming. I'm just typing it out in Twitch now, so people don't come in for this. COH Homecoming and chill. and we'll just do that for like up to an hour.